please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good morning. T-Mobile.
Okay, and at some point, did you come into possession of some Google records that helped inform your analysis?
I was.
And in terms of what was your understanding of who those Google records were associated with?
I was told they were associated with Jaylin.
Okay. And did you, in fact, use those records for the final analysis that you did that you're prepared to testify about today?
I did.
Your Honor, with that, I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 16. Again, this is a certified copy of Google location history from an account with the same phone number of 313-575-3450, the account name being Jaylin Omar 14@gmail.com. I also have Proposed Exhibit 17, which is a certified copy of a printout of subscriber information from that account, and Proposed Exhibit 18, which is a certified copy of search history from that same account. And I, again, move for all of those exhibits to be admitted under 902 subsection 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did you ultimately prepare a report of your analysis in this case for presentation in court?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as Proposed Exhibit 19. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is Proposed Exhibit 19 a copy of the report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, it is a report I created for this case.
And when you're looking at the raw data that is used to inform that report, is it fair to say that that data is quite voluminous?
It is. It can be.
Potentially thousands of rows of cellular records?
Yes, easily thousands of rows in multiple Excel spreadsheets.
And that report that you prepared, does that help summarize some of the data and some of the analysis that you did concerning that data?
It does.
And does that report, would you say, would that fairly and accurately reflect the analysis that you did in this case?
It does.
Your Honor, with that, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 19.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, just looking at page 1 of the report, does this just give us a summary of the sort of information that you obtained to analyze in this case?
It is. In this case, it was two T-Mobile numbers, 313-575-3450, 313-913-5931, and then the Google account of Jaylin Omar 14@gmail.com.
Okay. And I just want to briefly publish what's been admitted as Exhibit 17. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
And is this the subscriber information for the Google account as you understand it?
Yes, that is a subscriber from the Jaylin Omar 14@gmail.com.
And do you see where it says recovery SMS
Yes,
right here? Does that provide a phone number?
it does. It provides 575-3450.
And is that the same number that you had obtained records for?
That I provided records for, yes.
Okay. And just looking at, also, Your Honor, if I may publish just briefly Exhibit 14.
Sure.
If you look at Exhibit 14 in the spreadsheet entitled Sub-AMDOCs, in your experience, what type of information do we get from a, oh, I'm sorry, spreadsheet open. What type of information do we get from a spreadsheet with that, that sort of title to it?
Yeah, so that is the subscriber information that is maintained by T-Mobile for a particular phone number. And it would have what they have in their system for, as you can see there at the top, name, address, account status, C is for canceled, the name or the date for the subscriber name effective, more information about the account, and then some device information as well.
Okay. And so the subscriber information for this particular set of records for 313-575-3450 indicates a subscriber name of what?
Jaylin Brazier.
Okay. And moving back to Exhibit 19, just can you kind of walk us through this slide and sort of the just the overall background of the analysis that you did as presented here?
Yes, this is the most words that you'll see on any of the report. It's just basically giving the background information and then talks a little bit about what's coming on the future slides. So the background is a lot of the stuff we already talked about. So the numbers that I was provided, and then any other accounts, such as the Google account. The methodology talks about taking the information across those thousands of lines in the Excel spreadsheets, and then as well as the timing advance data, and then the Google information that I was provided, and then using the cell site locations, so where every cell site has a unique identifier within the world, and in this case, southeastern Michigan, and then matching up that information from the phone records to the tower list, and then visually depicting all that information on the map. So visually depict the tower, the side of the tower, and if available, how far the device is from that tower at the time for the phone records. And then for the Google information, we're provided a latitude, longitude, and as well as a accuracy radius. So taking that latitude, longitude, putting it into the mapping software, and visually depicting what that is and where it is.
Okay, and just moving to the next slide about cellular towers. Can you just explain, just in general, how cellular towers work?
Yes, so these are not towers used in this case. These are just examples of how they may look. They may be hidden in a flagpole, as you can see in the upper left, where you can't visibly see any antennas. They may be on the right is a common one you may see, and they're kind of in that triangle format. And then they could also just be on the tops of buildings. But no matter how they look, they all operate the same. So as I mentioned before, your phone is a modern day two-way radio. You want to call your sister in California, you dial her numbers on your phone, your handset connects with that tower, and then it routes that call to your sister. As all that's happening, it's recording the identifier for what tower you use, what side of the tower you used, and then if the data is available, how far you are away from that tower at that time.
And if we go to page 4, can you explain how sectors work when it comes to cell phone towers?
Yes, so as you kind of saw in that previous slide, how there was that one tower that had the triangle, that's the best example of how sectors are. So sectors are just sides of the tower. Generally speaking, each tower has 3 sides. Each one covers approximately 120 degrees. And then with all 3 sides, you get your 360-degree area of coverage. Not everyone has the exact same orientation. So the exhibit on the right is just an example. And there are towers that may not have 3 sides, and they'd be called omni, directional towers, then they just have one sector that provides a 360-degree area of coverage. But generally speaking, there'll be 3 sectors, 3 sides, each one covering 120.
So hypothetically, if I'm a T-Mobile customer and I use my phone to place a call to somebody, is there going to be a record that gets generated by T-Mobile that gives some information about the nature of that call?
Yes, it'll tell you everything about that call in terms of the location, not the contents, but the date and time you placed that call, your phone number, the phone number you called, the tower number, and the side of the tower that was available for that call, or that was used for that call.
Okay. And in terms of the, for like that sort of call detail record, how accurate of information can you get in terms of the location of the phone, just from the call detail record itself?
So just from that tower and sector, it's just going to give me the general geographic area. So a lot of it is going to be based off of the layout of the network. So all these cell towers are all out here throughout southeastern Michigan, all across Detroit, Eastpointe, and they're all spaced out differently. More urban areas, such as downtown Detroit, would be more densely populated in terms of cell sites, so those have a smaller coverage. Whereas if you were to go out west, let's say you start getting into the far outskirts of Oakland County, you have towers that are spaced farther apart that would have a wider area of coverage. But with just this alone, it's going to be that general geographic area where that sector is pointed and where coverage is focused.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide on page 5, I want to ask, in addition to the type of call detail record that you just discussed, is there a more precise type of data that can get recorded by our cell phone providers?
Yes, and that's going to be on the slide after this one.
Okay.
Would you like me to just explain this slide briefly?
Yeah, let's. I guess let's go through this one first. I'm sorry.
So this is just going to be the illustrations that you'll see on the actual maps. So as I'm visually displaying that information on the spreadsheet, the sector will look kind of like, I'll call it a wedge there in the upper left. You'll see that shaded area inside there. That's not depicting the actual coverage area. It's just helping you see on the map to see the primary direction that RF signal is pointed. On the right, as I mentioned, you may have an Omni tower, which only has one sector. You'll see that just as a circle. And then the bottom is just the call-out box that you'll see on the maps that tells you about that interaction between the phone and the network. So the unique identifier, so in this case, 21610, sector 1, and then the times that was used. And it's the timing advance record, which again, the main difference there is that I'm now getting a distance that device is located at that time. That distance will be there. So for example, in line 1, at that time, at those 2 times, the phone was approximately 0.24 miles away from that tower and sector. Okay.
And with that, sort of as a segue into the next slide, page 6, again, is there sort of a more precise set of data you can get when it comes to a phone's location, other than just like the call detail record that tells you the tower and the sector that a phone interacted with during a particular phone call?
Yes, and that would be, for T-Mobile, it's the timing advance information. So it's going to tell you how far away that device was from that tower. So what the timing advance does, it allows you to refine that geographic area that the device was located. So for example, as I mentioned before, if you had a tower and sector, it's just this general geographic area that could be anywhere within the coverage area of that sector, whereas here is telling you the device is registering 0.24 miles away from that tower. So it really helps you refine. And as a phone is in an area for an extended period of time, you may have arcs that start intersecting with each other. And as they start intersecting, you can refine that area even more to even get down to an immediate geographic area around a certain point in a broader area.
And so in this case, for your analysis, did you have just call detail records available, or did you also have timing advance data available?
We had both, although the volume of data varies between the two phones.
Okay. And which phone number had more timing advance data compared to the other phone?
It would be the phone number. The phone number ending in 3450 had the most of the timing advance data, which was, I was told, associated with Jaylin Brazier.
And when it comes to like timing advance data, what triggers that sort of data being created and stored by T-Mobile?
So timing advance data, it's always occurring in the background. Timing advance is necessary for your phone to operate on the network. It basically aligns everybody. So if all you were trying to call at the same time, it aligns everyone's communication with the network so everybody can do whatever activity they want to do. If you want to surf the web, if you want to make a phone call. So it's always occurring. The question is what then is retained by T-Mobile. So just because for the other phone there was, I believe, only one timing advance record provided, it doesn't mean that timing advance was not occurring in the background. There was only one record that was retained by T-Mobile.
Okay, and in terms of the records that you get for timing advance data, would that be associated with like a specific phone call that's made, or is that just sort of data that gets created on an ongoing basis?
It's not necessary for a phone call, not necessary for a text message. It's just ongoing basis in the background. Your phone could all just be sitting right here on this table, and it would be generating timing advance records without you doing anything.
Okay, and then if let's say right now my phone hypothetically was a T-Mobile phone and generating timing advance data, and you later went and looked at that data for like this second, this exact point in time, what sort of information might you get from like looking at that one data point later on?
So if we just looked at one data point, or just data kind of around this time, we're going to get that tower that was being used, the side of the tower, so it would be a side of the sector that would be facing in this direction, and then the distance the phone was. So we'd be seeing this arc, which would be coming over this courthouse, and it would provide that information for that single event.
Okay, and how is the distance calculated?
So it's based on, it's a time measurement. So a signal is sent from the tower to the device and back, and then based off that time, a distance is calculated. So the cell signals are traveling at the speed of light. So it basically takes the time, calculates that by the speed of light, and then you get the distance.
Okay, and so like hypothetically in this, sort of example on the screen, you see the tower at the bottom. That would be the tower, correct?
Yeah.
At the sort of end of the wedge.
Yes, sir.
And then the wedge itself, does that represent the sector?
Yes, it's filling out the sector, so that'd be the orientation for that sector that's depicted here on this map.
Okay, and then what does the arc sort of reflect?
So the arc is the distance. So that dotted line you see, let's just say hypothetically that was 0.2 miles. That's the 0.2 mile measurement, and then that arc is drawn, which is approximately 80 meters wide.
Okay, so if you were looking at this data point, like where would you expect the phone in question to be located in this sort of image?
I would start with in the arc. It is possible though the phone could be slightly on either side of the arc as well.
Okay. And when it comes to the sort of data that you have available from phone providers, what is the most accurate sort of data that can give you the most pinpoint information about the location of a phone?
In a historical sense?
Yes.
So in a historical sense, timing advance data, in this case for T-Mobile, will give you that most accurate, refined area of where that device was at a certain time, over a certain time period, or over a time range.
Okay, and have you ever used phone data from a provider like T-Mobile to track fugitives as part of your job, or to track people in real time?
Yes. pretty much all the time.
Okay, and what would be the sort of data that you would use, what would be the best data that you have to use to track individuals in that way?
It would be the time advance information that I would analyze to identify where a device would be to help those locate, whether it's a fugitive, missing kid, other evidence, whatever it may be.
Let's move to page 7. What sort of information is on this particular slide?
So previously you saw the subscriber information that was shown for this Google account. Also in the Google return is device information. So Google will record what the actual identifier for the device is for your phone. So your phone has an identifier called an IMEI that is similar to a VIN of a car. There is only one unique identifier for your phone everywhere. So Google is recording that unique device that is generating records or that they may have location for. And that is that number that is highlighted 352665646375754. Looking at the time advance records, or the call detail records as well, you get that same information as to that unique device that is utilizing the network for T-Mobile. And it has that exact same number. So the same device that was generating location information for the Google account is the one being used on the T-Mobile account.
Okay, and if we go to page 8, can you summarize what we're looking at here on page 8?
Yeah, so when I just kind of keep going forward, I initially provided all these phone records and then provided locations and dates and times that I'm requested to analyze. These were the 3 locations that I was provided. The first would be the residence with the number 1, which is on the left side of the screen. That was 19451 Greenfield Road in Detroit, Michigan. The second is the victim residence, which would be on the far right side of the screen. That is 22166 Melrose Court in Eastpointe, Michigan. And the body location, which is 26 Beersford Street, I have listed here Detroit, Michigan, but it's also Highland Park. Depending on the mapping software you put it in, it'll locate it either way.
Okay, and that particular location of 26 Beresford and Highland Park, did you familiarize yourself with what's at that location?
Yes, I went by it this morning.
And what did you observe at that location?
To kind of an open lot, and there were multiple dumpsters in that area.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, slide 9. So is this the first sort of part of your presentation about the specific mapping of these devices?
Yes, it's the first visual slide that is actually depicting all that information contained from both the T-Mobile spreadsheets as well as Google.
And what is there a particular date and time frame that is depicted on this particular slide?
Yes, this is January 4th, 2022, between 9:54 p.m. and 10:49 p.m.
Okay, and in terms of, I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit here. Starting at this point, number 1, do you see that on the left side of the screen?
I do.
If we go up here, what sort of information corresponds to point number 1?
So it'd be on the very top line, it's showing the time advance information. There's a record at approximately 9:54 and 10 o'clock p.m., 0.24 miles away from that tower and sector that's visualized there, which is consistent with the geographic area of the Greenfield address.
Okay, and this data that we're looking at here, is this limited to one of the specific devices that you looked at?
Number 1 is the other device is going to be located on the right side of the map.
Okay, so at this point in time, for number 1, at 9:54 p.m. and 10 p.m. And again, is this for the device that you had information was associated with the defendant?
It was, yes.
Okay. Is there any information we can glean here about the location of the device at that time?
The timing in advance, and then there's also the Google information. It's consistent with that Greenfield address around that time.
Okay. And then at some point, does the device start to change locations?
It does. As that time moves on later in that window, up to that 1049, it's going to have records consistent with travel east, eventually ending up in the area of the Eastpointe address.
Okay. And if so, we jump ahead to point number 5. What is the time associated with point number 5?
10:26:53 p.m.
And what is the area? What's the general location of point number 5?
Just based off this map, it's in the Hazel Park area. You can see Hazel Park right underneath that arc.
Okay. And again, just to be clear, when we're looking at the arcs, are we looking at timing advance data?
We are.
And then when we start looking at these little red marks, what are those?
That is the information from the Google account. So it's the latitude, longitude, and then the accuracy radius that is provided by Google.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that you have Google information from sometimes but not others?
Yes, you're not going to necessarily have, you can see kind of the back half of the time, there's a lot more Google information. You're not always going to have that all the time. It's just a matter of what's, again, retained and available by Google when they respond to a search warrant, just like T-Mobile.
Okay, and if we continue, so there's an arrow here. What does that arrow reflect?
So the arrow is just showing the direction of travel and to help orient the jury with the sequence of the records.
Okay, and so I guess during this time, from roughly 10 o'clock to about 10:26, is there any trajectory that you see that the phone took during that time based on the data that you analyzed?
Yes, so it's going to be going east, as you can see there, along kind of 8 Mile, and then north up to that 10:26:54 point, which is where number 5 is, up there in the Hazel Park area.
Okay, and then after being in the Hazel Park area, where does the device appear to move from there?
Then comes consistent coming back south, and then east along 8 Mile, along with the Google information, up to the geographic area of the Melrose Court address in Eastpointe.
Okay, and so from this data, do you have any opinion about the general trajectory of the device from the time period of 10 o'clock to 10:40 p.m. on January 4th, 2022?
Yes, the device travels from the geographic area of the Greenfield address east towards the area of the Melrose Court address in Eastpointe.
And again, when does the device consistent with first being in the general area of the Eastpointe address?
Based off of that last Google location record, it's in the approximate 10:40 time, possibly a little bit after that, but around 10:40 it's consistent with that general geographic area.
Okay, and now in terms of the purple box near the Eastpointe address, what sort of information is reflected there?
So that is all just the call detail records that were available for that phone. So I didn't have the timing advance information for that phone number around that time. So that's just illustrating the power that was used. As you can see, that's a circle. So it was an omnidirectional one, which is providing coverage in 360 degrees, which is why you just see a circle.
Okay, and so the purple is for the other phone, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And that would be the phone that, based on the information you had, was attributed to the victim?
That is correct.
And so is the address, the victim's address that you had in Melrose Court in in Eastpointe, is that within the coverage area for the tower that's reflected there?
That tower provides coverage in the geographic area around that address.
Okay. So would it be fair to say the phone, at the very least, is not inconsistent with being at her address at that time?
It's consistent with being in that area.
Okay.
I can't give you the exact address, just that consistent with that area.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, number 10. So what time frame are we looking at now?
So this is still January 4th, going ahead in that time. So it's from approximately 10:52 p.m. on January 4th to 1:46 a.m. on January 5th.
Okay, and in terms of the earlier part of that range, that time range, would that be reflected in sort of this far right side of the slide?
It would be number 1 and number 2. Those records are around approximately 10:52 and 10:53 p.m.
Okay, and then when we get over to, let's say, number 7, what time would that be?
That is around 11:13 and 54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and how about number 8?
Number 8 starts at approximately 11:16 and 12 seconds p.m. and continues through 1:45:52 a.m.
Okay, and I guess when it comes to the device associated with the defendant, did you see any trajectory when it comes to that phone's location from 10:52 p.m. to approximately 11:15 p.m.?
Yes, it would be consistent with travel back from the geographic area of the Melrose Court address back to the geographic area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
And during that time frame, did you have data available from the victim's phone to look at the location of her device?
No, the first record I had for the victim's phone was going to be, this range was at the 12, basically after midnight, so 12 o'clock a.m. and 12 seconds, and then 12:36 a.m.
Okay, and if we look at...
I'm sorry. With that call box, that was for the timing in advance. The first call detail record would be at approximately 11:34 p.m.
Okay, and if we look at that sort of 11:34 p.m. time range, where would the victim's phone be consistent with being at that time?
With just that 11:34, it's using that tower and sector that provides coverage of the geographic area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
And during that same time, where would the phone associated with the defendant be consistent with being?
Also consistent with that same geographic area.
And do you see the box where there's a note about 1:15 a.m.?
I do.
And what does, can you describe what's reflected there?
Yes, so when you look at the actual call detail records, as the phone is on the network, it's recording information about the call, as I mentioned, including the tower and sector that's utilized. When a phone goes off the network, that location is no longer provided on the records. So beginning at approximately 1:15:31 a.m. through the duration of the records, the victim phone is consistent with no longer being on the T-Mobile network.
And what sort of things might cause a phone to no longer be on a cellular network?
So I can't give you an exact reason as to how it is, but basically anything that would cause that phone to lose power or some way connection with the network. Maybe it's not power, just any other element that separates that phone from the cellular network.
Okay, so if I turn my phone off, is it going to be off the network?
It'll be off the network.
And are you familiar with airplane mode?
Yes.
If I put my phone on airplane mode, would that take it off the network?
It would take it off the network as well.
If hypothetically my phone got damaged to the point that it wasn't functioning, would that take it off the network?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move to page 11. What time frame are we looking at this point?
For page 11, still January 5th, 2022, still moving forward in time between approximately 1:44 a.m. and 2:07 a.m.
Okay, now during this time, the victim's phone would be off the network, correct?
Yes, and by off the network, we're not getting cell site information, and we're seeing all these calls being sent to voicemail from the victim's records.
Okay, so you have no location data for the victim's phone as of 1:15 a.m. on January 5th, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And so we're just looking at the records associated with the defendant's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And during this time, from 1:44 a.m., at that starting point at 1:44 a.m., is there a specific location that the phone is consistent with being at?
Yes, there's a Google location record at 1:44 a.m., as well as a time advance record at approximately 1:45 a.m., which is consistent with the address on Greenfield in Detroit.
And that Google location, would that be this red box that's marked here at 1:44 a.m.?
It would be, and that point, if you go like just underneath the one, it's pointed to the one yellow box. It's the same point that was on the previous slide, carried over,
Okay.
and it's the point right there.
So starting at around 1:44, is there a point in time in which the phone is consistent with starting to move?
Yes, if you look at 2 and 3, that's 1:49 and then 1:50. So around that 1:49, 1:50, it's consistent with moving away from the Greenfield residence.
Okay, and what is the what's the direction of the phone's apparent movement at that point?
At that time or in total on this slide?
In total on the slide.
So in total on the slide, it's going to move from the area of the Greenfield address down to the Beresford location, which is in the bottom right part of the screen.
And at what point in time is the phone consistent with arriving in and around the area of the Beresford location?
It's going to be just after that 1:56 kind of time frame in the morning. You see a 1:56 point right there for Google location. We then have more at the 2:00 a.m. And then the first records on that number 7 tower, the timing advance, begins at around 1:56. So just after and around that 1:56 a.m. is consistent with arriving in that geographic area.
Okay, and there appear to be a lot of data points concentrated on this this freeway, correct? Is that the lodge?
It is.
And so the ARCs, again, those are timing advance records, is that correct?
They are.
And then how about the sort of red marks that follow along the freeway?
Those are the Google location records.
The GPS records?
Yeah, so they're not all like pure GPS, but it's the records from Google that are mapped.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, slide 12, what's the time frame we're looking at here?
So this is still January 5th. This is the back end of that prior timing slot that we just went over on the prior slide, between approximately 2:00 a.m. and 2:07 a.m.
Okay, and again, which device is reflected here?
This would be the device associated with the defendant.
And is the device during this 7-minute time frame consistent with being on the move considerably or being more stationary during that time?
So I can't give you an exact timestamp of whether it's stationary or, at the exact time it's stationary. It's during this time frame, it's consistent with that immediate area around the Beresford address, which is the yellow icon.
So that would be this icon right here,
Yes.
and that's the parking lot that you described earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this again is from 2 a.m. to 2:07 a.m. on January 5th?
That is correct.
Okay, moving to the next slide, slide 13. What's the time frame reflected here?
So still going forward in time, this is going to be from approximately 2:06 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. on January 5th.
Okay, and is there a point in time where, and again, are we looking at the device associated just with the defendant at this point?
That is correct.
And is there a point in time in which the device is consistent with starting to move away from that parking lot on Beresford and Highland Park?
There is.
And what is that point in time?
It would be around, we'll just say after that, approximately 2:08 time frame. If you go to the bottom right of you can see that grouping of Google location information, which is approximately 2:06:48 to 2:08:30 in that red box.
Okay.
After that point, there's then movement consistent kind of west-southwest to that 2:09 point, and it continues on back up to the geographic area of the Greenfield address.
And is there a point in time where the phone is consistent with returning back to the area of the Greenfield address?
Yes, on tower mark number 9, that first timing advance measurement is going to be at approximately 2:16 a.m. And then there's a Google location record at 2:29 a.m.
Okay, and that's back at that back in the area of the Greenfield address?
Correct.
So during this time from, let's say, approximately 2:08 a.m. to 2:16 a.m., what's the trajectory of the defendant's phone during that time?
It's consistent with travel along the lodge back to the area of the Greenfield address.
Okay. Moving to slide 14, did you also look at some records from another day associated with this case?
Yes, on January 6th.
Okay, and what is the relevant time frame of the records that you looked at on that particular day?
On this slide, it starts at approximately 1:31 p.m. through 2:01 p.m.
Okay, and so again, the records reflected on this slide are from the same device we've been talking about, the device associated with the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during this time frame, at around 1:31 p.m., what is the approximate starting point of the device?
So the first time slot there in that window at approximately 1:31:05 is a Google location. Beginning around 1:33, a time advance measurement, both consistent with starting in the area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
And after starting in that area, at some point in time, does the phone appear to be on the move?
It does.
And is there, based on the data, is there a trajectory associated with the phone at that time?
Yes, similar to the previous day, trajectory is similar along the lodge to the address or to the area of the 26 Beresford address in Highland Park or Detroit.
And is there a particular time where the phone is consistent with arriving in the area of the Beresford address?
It would be first around approximately the 1:56 p.m. time frame. That's the first measurement on that time advance arc. And there's Google location records at approximately 1:57 and 2 o'clock p.m.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, what information can we glean from this slide? Let me ask, what is the time frame that we're looking at here?
So going ahead in time, so approximately still 1:56 p.m. to 2:14 p.m. on January 6th.
Okay, and again, at that 1:56 p.m. time frame, where is the phone consistent with being at that time?
That one is still going to be down in the geographic area around the Beresford address at the start.
And at some point after that 1:56 time frame, is the phone consistent with being on the move away from that location?
It is.
And at what point does the phone appear to start to move away from that location?
It would be after the approximate, you have Google location point right there at 2 o'clock. The last time advance measurement on that arc is at 1:56, so it would be after the 2 o'clock p.m. time frame.
Okay. And is there a trajectory associated with the phone after that 2 o'clock time frame?
Yes, it'd be consistent, traveling through the lodge kind of west, then back northwest. But this time it goes to the area on the east side of the lodge, not immediately back to the Greenfield address in Detroit.
I want to ask you about what's been admitted as Exhibit 18, some Google search history. Your Honor, may I publish?
Sure.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 18. And I want to direct your attention to page 8. At the very bottom of page 8. Do you see a date and time associated with that search?
Yes.
And what is the date and time reflected there?
It's January 6th, 2022, 7:35:24 p.m. UTC.
What does UTC mean?
UTC is a standard time, so in order to get that back into local time, you need to subtract 5 hours during this time of the year.
Okay, and if you subtract 5 hours, what would be the local time reflected for this search?
It would be 2:35:24 p.m.
On January 6th of 2022?
Correct, on January 6th.
And what is the search that's reflected there?
The search for our trash trucks, also compactors.
And I want to ask you about the next search, just above that. What is the time reflected for that search?
So that's going to be the visited location following after that. So visited the link of what is the force of a garbage truck compactor.
Okay, and what is the time reflected for that?
That would be still January 6, 2022. Local time is 2:36:24 p.m.
Okay, and that time of approximately 2:36 p.m. And 2:35 p.m. If we go back to slide 19, Exhibit 19, page 15. What is the timing of that relative to the timing of the phone being consistent with being back in the area of 26 Beresford?
It's approximately 35 and 36 minutes after using that last Google location point of 2:05 p.m.
Okay, so the phone's consistent with going to that area, and then about a half hour later, we have this Google activity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Special Agent.
How you doing, sir?
Good and yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, you stated that when asked the question, what is the most accurate data one can achieve from a phone, and you indicated it was timing events?
In the historical sense, yes, sir.
In a historical sense? Okay. In a historical sense, would GPS be more accurate than timing events?
Source from where?
From anywhere. Anywhere one be able to source GPS information from.
It's going to depend on where that GPS is sourced from.
Say Google GPS, Google Maps.
Yeah, in some of this data here, yes, the Google location will give us a more accurate location of the exact location of where that phone is at a certain time, yes.
Okay, so in the perfect world, time in advance is not the most accurate. It would be GPS information, say from Google, correct?
I couldn't agree with the statement that it's the way that you phrased it, no.
Okay, but you would agree that GPS information from Google is more accurate as far as the specific location compared to time in advance, correct?
If I had Google location across every second, every minute of every day, and I didn't have any gaps, then that would be the most accurate to tell me where you are at this exact point in time.
Okay. Now, some of the red dots that we saw on these diagrams, you indicated that it wasn't GPS or it was different information that Google gave you. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, so in the Google return, when it gives each of these points, there's a source column. The main ones where you get the most accurate in terms of the radius are going to be GPS and Wi-Fi sourced. This report from this phone did not have an explanation in the source as to what it is, but having worked with Google records frequently, I know that based off of the prior experiences and working with these records, that would be both GPS or Wi-Fi sourced.
GPS or Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay, and you wouldn't be able to distinguish which one, correct?
Certain points, so for some of the ones that might be extremely small, those are consistent with GPS. There was one point, I believe, in like the 140 meter range that would be consistent with what I've seen from Wi-Fi.
Okay. Now, we look back on slide number 9. From the times of 9:52 to 10:20, that's consistent with the phone number 5931 being in Eastpointe?
Between the times I have of 9:52 p.m. and 10:20 p.m., records consist with being in Eastpointe in the area of that address, yes, sir.
Okay. And I just couldn't help but notice the circle that was depicted on this particular diagram. It's not directly encompassing the particular address in Eastpointe. Is there a particular reason why?
Yes, as I outlined on the overview slide, that circle just depicts the tower used and is not intended to illustrate the actual coverage area of that cell site.
Okay. And did you do any independent verification to determine whether or not that particular area would cover the Eastpointe area or address?
I did not.
Okay. And you wouldn't, it'd be a fair statement, you wouldn't know exactly the coverage area or distance that that particular tower would have, correct?
I couldn't give you the exact coverage area, drawing you line by line of where it goes without going out there and doing the testing like that.
Okay. And it'd be a fair statement, one method of determining the distance from a particular tower would be for you to do a drive test, correct?
You could do a drive test to map out the actual coverage area, yes.
Okay, and you didn't do it. You didn't do that in this particular instance, correct?
I did not, no, sir.
Okay. And you stated that there was no information from the phone number of 5931 as to the time from, on slide number 10, 10:52 to 1:46, it didn't give you any time in advance information from that particular number, correct?
It would be from 10:20 p.m. through 11:34 is the gap there.
Okay. So all your analysis was able to determine was that at one point in time it was in the area of Eastpointe, and then later at the night it was in the area consisted in Greenfield, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as gaining, I guess, approximate distance from a particular tower using time in advance, are you getting that information from the provider, or are you calculating that yourself?
That is actually provided by the provider in the report.
Okay.
On that line item, it tells you the date, the time, the tower, sector, and that distance. So in this example, let's just pick one. For line 2, it says 0.34 miles.
Okay. Have you ever did any independent investigation or test to determine whether or not the number that they give you is actually accurate?
Yes, I use time events all the time to find missing people, fugitives, locate other evidence, and get down to that area of where that person is using that data.
Okay. Have you ever, say for instance, did a test of where there was a particular tower that said it's 0.5 miles to the particular device? Have you ever went into the field, had a device, and called from a particular number or using a particular tower, know your exact distance from that particular tower, and then compare it with the information you received from a timing advance report?
I have obtained test records before. I can't say I did every one of those steps in terms of making the call, but I have reviewed test records before that is consistent with where I was and where I have traveled.
Okay, when you say you reviewed them, did you conduct the test yourself?
I have, yes.
Okay. Now, would it be a fair statement that at some particular times during, I guess, whenever, that it could affect the distance or time for a signal to bounce back from the tower to the particular phone? Say, for instance, if it's a real cloudy day or if it's in a urban area.
Weather is not going to affect that time advance measurement. That measurement is required for everyone's phone to operate. If those measurements are not correct, then there would be collisions at the tower and everyone is not going to get the level of service that they expect. And the network's not going to work the way that it needs to.
Okay. What about certain geographical locations, such as if you compare a rural area versus an urban area that has a lot of tall buildings and a lot of other obstructions?
Yes, so topography, let's use that example. Let's say we're right here in downtown Detroit. It's still based off of line of sight. So let's say the tower's on one side of the building, is the tower, I have a building, and then I'm right on the other side. If it takes the slightest indirect path, that could delay that signal slightly. So let's say it's maybe not 0.24, it's 0.29.
Okay, and then that could alter the estimate on how far a device is from the tower, correct?
Well, so those distances aren't estimates because they're actual records of events that happened in real time. So even if that measurement is 0.29, that's an actual measurement. So it may go out one arc, but I'm still consistent with that geographic area, because irrespective whether it's one arc or 2 arcs, those 2 points alone, I'm not giving the exact address. I'm still telling and identifying that that phone is consistent with that area.
Okay, and you indicated that it goes by line of sight, correct? So in layman's term, it would be if the tower is in a direct path to the particular phone without any obstructions. Would that be fair?
That's going to be the clearest line of sight, yes, sir.
Okay, and if something is in the way of that particular line of sight, it could or would alter the time it takes to signal to that particular tower and back to the phone, correct?
Yes, it could delay it slightly, yes.
Okay. And the timing advance is based upon the time it takes for a signal to go from the tower to the particular phone and back, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the longer the time it takes to get to the tower, from the tower to the phone and back, it'll have a greater distance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in theory, if a phone is not in a particular line of sight and it takes longer to get from the tower to the particular phone, it could give the appearance that the phone is actually further away from the tower than if it had been just a direct line of sight, correct?
Yes, in that example I gave before, it might show one arc, for example, past. We're not going to, in my experience with working these, we're not going to see, where you're actually pointing before and it's showing you 1.5 miles away from that tower.
Okay. Now, as far as a phone not being able to connect with the network, you indicated that could be for a variety of reasons, correct?
Yeah, those examples we gave, whether the powered off or
Battery.
something else. Yeah.
Battery went dead?
Yep.
Okay. And also you stated that if it was on airplane mode, it would lose contact with the network, correct?
Yeah, so the airplane mode, so you're not going to see a cell tower. In today's day and age, you could be on the airplane mode and do
Wi-Fi, correct?
correct Wi-Fi calling.
Okay.
But as I mentioned before in these records, there's an indicator 2B, and then all the calls are going to voicemail. If you were on Wi-Fi, you would still see that record going through, but this phone is off the network.
Okay, so you indicated that if you were on Wi-Fi, that the phone would not go straight to voicemail. It would be able to intercept or answer the phone calls?
It still may go to voicemail, but you're going to see on the call detail records a denotion in there that's going to allow me to identify that it was using Wi-Fi for that event. So if you called me and I was on Wi-Fi, I would see you still calling me, and I'm going to see an indicator in there that I can tell you that my phone was on Wi-Fi during that time.
Okay. Did you request GPS information in this particular case?
I just got the information from the T-Mobile for the phone records, and then I was provided the Google location for the defendant's home.
Okay. Now, if we look at slide number 12, you indicated that you couldn't say for sure if the phone is moving or not, correct?
I'm saying that in that entire time frame, I can't say it moved during that entire 7-minute window. There are some records in here, as you can see from the Google location, where it's consistent with movement, but I don't have a record for every second during that 7-minute window to say that it was moving the entire time.
Okay, and is this a timing advance? The arc we see, is that a timing advance analysis?
That is a timing advance measurement,
Okay.
and that is 0.39 miles from that tower and sector.
How often can you get different timing advance measurements? Is it per second, per minute, or it just depends on what you have?
The timing advance I mentioned before is always going on in the background. It comes back to a matter of what is retained and then provided by T-Mobile in this case in response to the search warrant. As you saw for the defendant's phone, we have a lot of timing advance measurements. For the victim's phone, I had one line. Again, it doesn't mean that timing advance was not occurring on the victim's phone. It just was not retained and then provided by T-Mobile.
Thank you. No further questions.
You redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. There were some questions about GPS data. And just to be clear, can you go to T-Mobile and ask for GPS data about the location of a specific phone at a specific time?
Historically, no. You can't go to them and say, give me all the GPS location.
Okay, here we have GPS data from a separate source from Google, correct?
That's correct.
And that just kind of provides an extra layer of sort of analysis here, right?
Yeah, it's a second data source that I frequently overlaid with phone records or other things before.
Okay, and in terms of the analysis that you did here when it comes to the defendant's phone, is there any inconsistencies between the GPS data from Google and the location data that you have from timing advance records and call detail records from T-Mobile?
No, when we do our analysis, we look at everything in totality. In totality, as everyone saw here, look at the slides, they're all consistent for each of those points in the slides in terms of the movement and travel during each of those periods.
Okay, and again, during this like 10 p.m. time frame on on January 4th of 2022. Where's the phone attributed to the defendant consistent with being at that time?
At which time, sir?
Around 10 p.m.
Around 10 p.m., it's going to be consistent with the area of the Greenfield address.
Okay, and then again, just to reiterate, by around 10:41 p.m., where is that phone then consistent with being?
It's then consistent with the area of the Melrose Court address in Eastpointe.
And then at 11:15 p.m., where is the phone consistent with being back at that time?
Around 11:15 p.m., beginning around 11:16 p.m., it's consistent with being back in the geographic area of the Greenfield address.
And then at the 2 a.m. to 2:07 a.m. time frame, is that what's reflected here on slide 12?
It is.
And at that point, the phone is consistent with being where?
The geographic area around the Beresford location.
Okay. And for the victim's phone, we have much more limited data, correct?
That is correct.
But at around 10:20, the data that we do have, where does that show that her phone is consistent with being?
It's consistent over in the area of the Melrose Court address in Eastpointe.
And then by 11:15 p.m. that same night, is it consistent with being somewhere else?
The first record of hers around 11:34. So around 11:34, it's consistent with over in the area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
Okay. And then at 1:15 a.m., there's no further location data available from her phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions?
Just a couple questions. Now, Special Agent, you stated that historically you can't just call T-Mobile and receive GPS information.
Correct.
Are there some circumstances where T-Mobile can provide GPS location for a particular device?
So when we're saying GPS, we need to clarify that when you get latitude, longitude information, it's not always GPS sourced. So if you think of when you open your mapping software, when you see that little like blue dot, right? It's based on your GPS, you're going to see a really small kind of shaded area. You can get latitude, longitude information, let's say from T-Mobile, if you had a search warrant that allowed you to locate a phone in real time. But though it's not always going to be GPS. That might give me a 1.5 mile or larger radius. It's not always going to give you that. And that's the only way you can get it would be in real time, not historically.
Okay.
But it's not always going to be GPS, so I want to make sure that's clear. We're just talking latitude, longitude coordinates.
Okay, so to be clear, you stated the only way you would be able to get longitude, latitude information from T-Mobile would be from with a court order indicating that you wanted that specific information, correct? As far as the longitude, latitude, correct?
So if we go and start getting into now latitude, longitude information, there's network estimated locations that T-Mobile may provide.
Okay.
That you could get historically, but that's not their true GPS. That's their estimated locations.
Okay.
When you're talking about anything in real time, which you're going to get, which is going to give you these dots, for example, and an accuracy radius, in real time location information, say looking for a missing kid, that's the only time we get that information in real time.
Okay, and say for instance in those examples that you're looking for a missing kid, would that information be more accurate than, say, historical information?
No. Generally, in my experience, if I'm looking for a missing kid, I am looking at the time advance record because I mentioned commonly active location information from T-Mobile could be 1.5 miles or greater. That's going to give me the east side of Detroit. Time advance, I could get you down to potentially a few houses on a block based off the information.
No further questions, thank you.
Good. You redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? All right, sir. Seeing none, that's it.
Yes, at this time, the people call Detective Ian Reinhold.
will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please take your seat in the witness stand.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You will be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. You'll have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers, such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as uh-huhs and uh-huhs, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Detective Ian Reinhold. First name is I-A-N, last name R-E-I-N-H-O-L-D.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer in the city of Eastpointe.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Almost 16 years.
And what's your current role with the city of Eastpointe?
A detective.
And was that the same role that you were in back in January of 2022?
Yes.
And in January of 22, did you have some involvement in what was initially a missing persons case?
Yes.
And who was the person that was missing?
Zion Foster.
And what was sort of the first step that you took in terms of your involvement with the case?
I came into work and reviewed what was going on with it. On my way into work that night, I remember making some phone calls, and I received information that she was missing before. Then I got into work, and her mother, Sierra Milton, was in the lobby, so I went right in there and just started talking to her about it.
Okay, and do you remember what day that was?
That was January 7th.
Okay. And you said you had received some information that Zion had been missing before, is that correct?
Correct.
And so had she been reported sort of as a runaway before?
She was from our city on January 5th. I believe the report was made, the initial report.
I'm saying before this incident, had she been reported previously?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other report was made on January 5th, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Did after that first interaction you had with Miss Milton, were there any developments the next day on January 8th?
The next day, there were some. I did speak with her, with Miss Milton, and there were some scam artists starting to call her and try to get money from her. And if she'd send them money, they would let her know where she was at.
Okay, and what type of scam artists were going on at that point? I mean, was it people saying they had information?
Yes.
And demanding money?
Yes.
And were these sort of things looked into?
Yes.
Did any of them end up appearing to be legitimate sort of sources of information about the whereabouts of Zion?
No.
Okay. At some point, was there a particular person of interest who came to light in the missing persons investigation?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jaylin Brazier.
And eventually, at some point, did you have an opportunity to meet with that person in person?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And just for the record, could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He has a blue suit on, navy blue. He has a light blue dress shirt and a light blue tie on, black dress shoes.
Okay. If the record could reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
At some point during the course of the missing persons investigation, did you make efforts to contact Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
And what was the date of the first time you attempted to contact him?
January 10th, 2022.
And what was the nature of that initial attempted contact that you had?
Hey, how you doing? Have you seen Zion? Basically, to have a conversation with him to see what he had to say about it. With all the ongoings in the investigation, I had to wait a couple days as things came in. So I did talk to him.
Did he say anything to you about the whereabouts of Zion Foster?
He didn't know where she was. Hasn't seen her. In our conversation, he hasn't seen her in months.
Okay. And did he offer any other information about Zion's potential whereabouts during that initial conversation you had?
He said that he hasn't seen her in months. He said that she has been missing before, and he found out she was using his house like as an excuse when she left before. I believe he said she was gone for 2 months at one point, one time she was missing.
Okay. After that initial conversation that you had with Mr. Brazier, did you have any further conversations with him?
After that day?
After
Yes.
that day, yeah. When was the next time that you had contact with him?
On the 11th, I called him by phone, and I asked him if he would come in and talk to me.
Okay. And did he agree to come in to talk to you?
He said he would call me back with a time, and that was it for the day.
Okay. And did he ever call you back?
He did not.
And did you make further attempts to get into contact with him at that point?
Yes, I did.
How many times would you say you attempted to contact him at that point to talk?
3 more times.
Okay. What were the dates of those 3 additional times that you attempted to contact him?
On the 12th, I called him in the morning, left him a voicemail. In the afternoon, I called him again on the 12th. And then one more time on the 13th in the morning, I called and left a voicemail.
Okay. And at some point during the course of the investigation, did some relevant video footage come into your possession?
Yes.
And what was the source of that footage? How did you come into possession of it?
There was a Ring video that was sent to me
Okay.
from Melrose in Eastpointe.
And what's the significance of that location on Melrose?
The video faces Zion's house.
Okay. And was there any other video that you came into possession of?
Yes, there was video of 19451 Greenfield. There's video of that house
Okay.
from across the street.
And I want to walk through some of that video right now that's been admitted as exhibits 21 and 22. So I want to start with exhibit 22. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I publish 21 at the appropriate time as well?
Sure, of course.
Thank you. I want to bring up this. So there's 2 files on the exhibit. Are you familiar with both of those video files?
Yes.
And if I click on the first one, ending 2219, the file name for the record. And this, again, what's the source of this particular footage?
This right here is from an email, and it was downloaded from the Ring app.
Okay. And the house sort of at the center of the video, is there any, I guess, significance to that particular house?
That is Zion's house, 22166.
Okay, and that's on Melrose in
Melrose in
Eastpointe?
Eastpointe. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have some familiarity with that area?
Yes.
And the timestamp on the video right now, and just for the record, I've stopped at I think 12 seconds, and I'm going to go back to the start. What's the timestamp reflected on the video?
January 4th, 2022, 22:19 hours and 10 seconds.
And do you have, I guess, experience dealing with ring videos throughout your time as a detective?
I've used it before, seen the videos, yes.
And do you have any reason to doubt the sort of accuracy of that time?
I don't doubt it.
And I'm just gonna start the video. What I guess this, you see the car that goes by. Is there any significance to that particular vehicle in terms of the investigation?
No.
Okay. And this is just one clip from 10:19 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your what is your understanding of how ring cameras work in terms of when they record, when they don't record?
Motion or noise?
Okay, so if there's motion, that triggers the recording.
Yes.
So if a car drives down the street, that could potentially trigger the recording.
If it's set up that way.
Okay, and this particular time at 10:19, this just happens to be one of the clips that was obtained, correct?
Correct.
If we go to the second clip, in the file ending 2241, back to the beginning. What's the time reflected in this clip?
The time is 22:41 and 59 seconds.
And if I restart it, and you see the car pull into a driveway at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the driveway that it pulled into, is that the driveway of Zion's home or a different home?
That's a different home.
And in terms of the vehicle that you saw pull in at, this is 10:42 p.m., was there any significance to that vehicle in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. During the course of the investigation, did you have an opportunity to familiarize yourself with whether the defendant owned and used a particular type of vehicle?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle did the defendant use at this time?
A 2005 white Acura.
Okay, and looking at this vehicle that we just saw in this footage, is that a vehicle that is, in your experience, consistent or inconsistent with the type of vehicle the defendant drove?
Consistent.
Okay. And you also mentioned some footage that you obtained from across the street from the Greenfield location, and I'm going to publish Exhibit 21, and there's 3 files on here. I'm going to start, for the record, with the file ending 441. And this particular video, what's your understanding of the type of system that captured this video?
I don't know what system it is.
So you don't have like personal familiarity with this particular system?
Correct.
Okay, but in terms of the system's positioning based on the video and based on your familiarity with the Greenfield location, where was the system positioned?
Across the street.
Okay. And this footage, is it fair to say this was like a screen grab from somebody's phone
Yes.
that you came into possession of? And does that indicate particular dates and times?
I see some times on here. When you play it, it might have the date also on the bottom.
Okay. So I'm going to start the video. And it might be too small to see on this screen, but are you able to see a date reflected here on the video?
Yes.
And what is the date that's reflected?
January 4th, 2022.
And what's the time that's reflected?
2,300 hours and 55 seconds.
And you've reviewed this video before?
Yes.
And you reviewed other evidence in the case?
Yes.
And based on your role in the investigation and your understanding of the evidence, do you have any reason to be skeptical of the times reflected on this video?
No.
Okay. So at this point on the video, at the 11 p.m. point, is there a particular building here that's significant in terms of the investigation that's reflected here?
The house on the far left, the most left tree is 19451 Greenfield.
Okay. And so if I use my cursor to point to it, would that be this house right here?
Yes.
And where would the driveway, are you familiar with that location, I guess, throughout the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And did you, throughout the course of your investigation, identify someone who resided there?
Yes.
And who was it that resided there?
Jaylin Brazier.
And is this particular building a duplex?
Yes.
And do you recall which side of the duplex Mr. Brazier resided at?
The left side.
Okay, so it'd be this side.
Yes.
And where would the driveway be associated with his side of the duplex?
Just to the left of that tree, right where the mouse is at.
Okay, and at this point in time, reflected at 11 p.m., is there any vehicle in that driveway?
No.
Okay. And so now would it be fair to say that that clip is ending and we're going to see a different clip from this camera system?
Yes.
And what is the time reflected on the video at this point?
23:10 and 39 seconds.
Okay. And did you see any vehicles in the driveway at that point?
I did not.
And what's the time reflected now?
23:14 and 20 seconds.
Okay, now at this point, at 11:14, do you see a vehicle in the frame?
Yes.
And is there any significance to that particular vehicle in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
And what is that significance?
It appears to be a similar vehicle that picked Zion up from Melrose Street in Eastpointe.
Okay. And then if we move on to the next clip, what's the time reflected at this point?
23:15 hours and 7 seconds.
And in terms of the driveway, is there anything significant now in terms of the investigation in the driveway?
There's a white car in the driveway.
Okay, I'm going to continue playing the video. And I know it's a little bit hard to see on this particular screen, but if you looked at this video, sort of close up on your computer,
Yes.
And at this point in the video, at 11:15 p.m., in terms of the investigation, was there anything significant identified?
Yes.
And what was that?
An individual at the front door.
Okay, how many people?
2.
2?
Yes.
Okay. And that next clip was also at 11:15, but just showed the vehicle stationary. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And then this next clip was at 11:52. It was briefly shown. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now we're at 11:58. And as far as you can tell, is the vehicle still stationary in the driveway?
Yes.
I'm going to move to the next file, and for the record, this file on Exhibit 21 ends in 1183. And at this point, we're at 1:10 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is the vehicle still stationary?
It is.
At this point, we're at 1:37 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, is the vehicle just stationary?
It is.
And again, now we're at 1:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, is the vehicle stationary?
Yes.
And at this point, we're at 1:41 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you're aware, is this the first time the vehicle moves after 11:15 p.m.?
Yes.
And at this point, we're at 1:47 a.m. And where's the vehicle at this point?
It's backed up on the side of the house.
So would that be back in this area?
Yes.
And at this point, we're at 1:48 p.m. or a.m. I'm sorry, is that correct?
Correct.
And in terms of, I'm going to pause the video briefly. In terms of the area around the front door, is there anything significant that was observed in terms of the investigation at this point?
There's an individual standing right there outside the door.
And at this point, in terms of the area around the car, was there anything significant that was observed?
The light just came out of the car. It looked like someone was at the passenger side, then they're on the driver's side.
And now we're at 1:49 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And after this point, is the driveway then empty again?
It is.
Now are we at 1:57 a.m.?
Yes.
And is there anything notable in the driveway at this point?
No.
Now we're at 1:59 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, anything notable in the driveway at this point?
No.
And I'm now going to publish the final file on Exhibit 21. For the record, it ends 1894. We're starting at 2:02 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And is there anything notable in the driveway at that point?
No.
And now we're at 2:15 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And is there anything notable at this point?
The white car is pulling back in the driveway.
Now we're at 2:16 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And the car is just still in the driveway at this point?
Yes.
And now we're at 2:42 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And is the car still in the driveway?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in terms of that last portion that we just observed?
No.
Let me play that again. Quick. How about that?
Oh, the trunk opening?
Okay. And that's at 2:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And now we're at 2:43 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And at that point, the car's backing out, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And now at 2:43 a.m., the driveway's empty again, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your role in this investigation, did you draft some search warrants?
I did.
And just as a general matter, just to make it clear for the jury, what is a search warrant?
Search warrant is for to go in someone's house, phone, car, cell phone records. You have to get it. You type it out, and the judge has to sign it.
Okay, and did you draft a search warrant for phone records in this case?
Yes.
And was that for phone records from the defendant and from Zion Foster?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also draft a search warrant to search the vehicle that was observed in these videos?
Yes.
And did you also draft a search warrant to search the home belonging to the defendant on Greenfield?
Yes.
And at some point, was the defendant's home searched?
Yes.
And did you participate in that search?
Yes.
Who else participated in the search?
The FBI was there. Their team was
Okay.
also there.
And so they had a team of people to process the search. Would that be accurate to say?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your role there, I just want to ask you a couple of questions. I want to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 10. I'm sorry, Exhibit 11. You see the background in this exhibit?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes.
Does is there anything significant about that background in connection with the search that you conducted at the Greenfield residence?
That screenshot would be consistent with 19451 Greenfield, the inside.
And in terms of your search of that home, did you observe anything significant?
I believe so. There was a cracked up yellow iPhone in the family room. There's a vacuum cleaner, empty vacuum box from the new vacuum cleaner. Appeared to be a suicide note on the kitchen table. In the backyard, there was a metal table with some glass. Didn't seem weathered.
Okay. And that table was outside?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it didn't seem weathered. What do you mean by that?
It wasn't all rusty. It didn't appear like it's been outside for a year. It didn't seem like it was that long. It was in the owners.
At some point, did you come into possession of the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And did you do anything with that cell phone when it came into your possession?
Yes.
What did you do with it?
I got a search warrant for it, and I went to the phone, and then after I gave it to Detroit police to be dumped.
Okay. And when you got the search warrant for it, did you ever have an opportunity to turn the phone on?
Yes,
And did you look through the phone?
I did.
Did you see anything that caught your attention?
Yes.
And what was it?
Zion's number was not in there, and it appeared there's nothing before January 6th.
Okay. At some point, did you participate in a interview of Mr. Brazier?
Yes,
And was that on January 19th of 2022?
I believe it was.
Okay. And who was present at that interview?
Jaylin Brazier, his attorney, and Sergeant Jones from Detroit Police.
Okay. And when you say his attorney, this was a prior attorney that he had representing him?
Yes.
Okay. And after that interview, was there ultimately a case that was initiated in Macomb County relating to the investigation that you did in this case?
Yes.
And as part of that case being initiated in Macomb County, was Mr. Brazier at some point held somewhere in Macomb County?
Yes.
And where would that have been?
Macomb County Jail.
Okay. And just to, I guess, clarify, that Macomb County case did not involve charges of murder, correct?
Correct.
Would that have been for involving the sort of statements that he had given to you denying that he had been with Zion?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning, sir.
Now, you reviewed some footage, viewed footage of a Ring camera that was from the Eastpointe location, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you personally did not extract this footage, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you were asked whether or not you doubt the time being accurate, and you stated that you had no reason to doubt it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't do any type of independent verification to determine whether or not that particular date was accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't do any type of independent verification to verify whether that time was accurate, correct?
That's correct.
And you also stated that some ring cameras operate differently depending on the settings, if it's by sound or if it's by motion, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's your understanding, okay. And you're not an expert on ring cameras, correct?
I am not.
Okay. And you didn't do any independent verification to see how this particular ring camera was set up, correct?
Correct.
And in reference to the video footage that allegedly depicts from the Greenfield address, you don't even know what type of system that was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't even know whether or not how that particular camera is set to record, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't do any independent verification on that particular camera system as far as trying to determine whether or not the date was accurate, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do any independent verification to see if the time was correct, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This particular footage was forwarded to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the only footage you were able to view is the footage that whoever allegedly took the video footage, the individual time frames that they selected were the only ones you were able to view, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you were not able to view other time frames outside of which ones were provided to you, correct?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to get a search warrant for this particular device, correct?
I did.
And you just failed to do so?
I don't recall what the situation was, but I never ended up getting a search warrant for it.
Okay. And you never got a search warrant for the Ring camera in the Eastpointe location, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you stated that this particular automobile that was in Eastpointe to you, it appeared to be a similar car as Mr. Brazier's, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you can't definitively say it was the exact car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You were not able to view the license plate for his car, correct?
I couldn't see it, no.
Okay. And you can't definitively say what make and model this particular car was, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were present during the search warrant, correct?
I was.
Okay. And you didn't see or recall any blood being found in this particular location, correct?
That's correct.
And you made reference to a table that was outside, correct?
Yes.
The glass was outside also, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it would, from your, I guess, opinion, it would seem like this table was broken outside, correct? Possibly.
No, I mean, it could have been broken outside and some pieces were out there. I don't know how. I can't answer your question.
Okay, but the broken pieces of glass were outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this iPhone you recovered, it didn't have any evidentiary value in this particular case, did it?
I don't know. I did not have any, no.
Okay. And you personally didn't take any pictures of this particular residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't have any pictures as which to verify whether or not this particular screenshot actually originated from this particular location, correct?
No.
Okay.
I watched the body cam video.
You didn't have any pictures, correct?
Oh, correct, yes.
Now, at some point in time, you spoke to Mr. Brazier's then attorney, correct?
Correct.
And he called you to make arrangements for Mr. Brazier and himself to come in and make a statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this was in the same time vicinity of when you reached out to Mr. Brazier, correct?
I believe that was January 18th.
Okay.
Yes.
Same time frame, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, in fact, Mr. Brazier and his attorney did come in, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And provided a statement, correct?
correct.
At some point in time, you spoke to Ms. Foster's mother, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And she came into the Eastpointe police station, correct? From your understanding, correct?
yes,
Okay. Did you think it was just another runaway at first?
I did.
Okay. Because you had prior knowledge that Miss Foster, Zion Foster, ran away before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was your understanding that, or maybe opinion, that some of Zion Foster's mother's conduct was somewhat odd to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were under the understanding that, or opinion, that maybe she didn't investigate to the fullest potential to find her daughter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as this Greenfield location, you were unable to ascertain who exited from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you can't definitively say that video was from the date it purports to be from, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Detective, no further questions.
Redirect.
Detective, I just want to make, I guess, one thing clear. Your initial phone contact with the defendant was on what date?
January 10th?
January 10th. And then you had a subsequent conversation with him the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
And then I believe you said you made some multiple attempts in the days after that to contact him, correct?
Correct.
And it wasn't until the 18th that there were some arrangements made for him to come in and make a statement,
That's correct.
and then he actually showed up on the 19th, is that correct?
Correct.
So there was a pretty significant gap in time, is that right?
There was about a week,
Okay.
just over a week.
And during that time, what was going on with this case publicly? Was there media attention?
Yes,
How much?
a lot.
Okay. Nothing further.
Recross.
No, nothing further. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? Questions, counsel, please approach. Okay, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
You want to find the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The people called Brian Showers.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, you may ask a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully answered before you respond. We'll have one person talking at a time. Please try to vote our natural tendency for nonverbal answers, such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as uhs and ahs, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Brian Showers, BRIN SHOWERS.
Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. What do you do for a living?
Good morning, sir. Detective for Eastpointe Police Department.
And how long have you been a officer with the Eastpointe Police Department?
For over 6 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
For the past 3.5 years.
And were you so employed as a detective back in January of 2022?
I was.
And as part of your role as a detective with the Eastpointe Police at that time, did you have some involvement into the investigation into Zion Foster's disappearance?
I did.
And as part of your role in that investigation, did anything significant happen in terms of the investigation on January 17th of 2022?
Yes.
And what was it, sort of in general terms, that you were doing that day?
Yes. On January 17th, 2022, I was conducting surveillance at 94 Stegman Lane in Pontiac. That was the confirmed location of a white Acura TL belonging to Jaylin Brazier.
Okay, and what was your purpose of conducting surveillance at that particular location?
We were conducting surveillance to see if Jaylin Brazier was in the area in connection with the disappearance of Zion Foster.
Okay, and at that point, did you have a search warrant to seize that particular Acura?
I did.
Okay, and what happened, I guess, that day when you were at that location?
Yes. At 6 o'clock in the morning, we conducted surveillance at that location. After several hours of no movement in and around the vehicle, at approximately 10 a.m., a tow truck was dispatched to our location to impound that vehicle pursuant to a search warrant.
Okay, and was that vehicle ultimately seized and towed away?
It was.
And do you happen to recall the license plate of that vehicle?
I do not.
Okay. If you would it help your recollection if you did you draft a report?
I did.
Of this?
Yes.
If you looked at some photographs of that vehicle, would you recognize the license plate?
I would.
Okay. Have a moment. And Judge, can I ask the witness to approach counsel table just briefly to look at, it's going to be part of proposed exhibit 25, which hasn't been admitted yet, but will be through another witness.
All right. Mr. Carlin, do you want to go over this one?
I saw it.
Go ahead.
Yes, that appears to be the license plate.
Okay. And having taken a look at the photo of the license plate, do you now recall what the plate was?
I believe it was Edward George Henry 6844.
Okay. Can you take another look at that?
Yes. Oh, my mistake.
And What is the what was the license plate?
Yes, it's Edward George Henry 6644.
Okay, so EGH 6644.
That is correct.
Okay, and when that vehicle was towed away, was anybody in the vehicle?
At the moment that the vehicle was towed away, there was somebody that had approached the vehicle. Yes.
Okay, but nobody's in it obviously when it's being towed away. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where did the vehicle go from there?
It went to the Eastpointe City Woods Towing.
Okay, and was it secured in some way there?
It was.
Okay, and was it ultimately searched at some point?
It was.
And did you help participate in that search?
I did.
And was that the same day or another day?
That was subsequent to the impound 2 days later on the 19th.
Okay. On the 17th, when you were at that area in Pontiac, did you have contact with any people?
I did.
Who did you have contact with?
Yes, approximately 10 a.m. when the tow truck arrived on scene, Mr. Brazier was observed exiting unit number 48, running to the vehicle and entering the driver's seat of the vehicle.
Okay, and at some point, did you have some interaction with Mr. Brazier?
I did. I detained Mr. Brazier on scene. A cell phone that was a Samsung Galaxy S21 black in color was recovered from his person.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to hold on to that phone?
I did.
And what did you do with the phone once you obtained it?
After I obtained the cell phone, Mr. Brazier consented to a search of the cell phone, provided me the passcode to a cell phone, and signed a written consent to search of the cell phone.
Okay, and did you do anything in particular with the phone itself?
Yes, the phone was turned over to the officer in charge, Detective Reinhold.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 24. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want you to take a look at People's Proposed Exhibit 24. Does that look familiar to you?
It does.
And does that, what's your basis of familiarity with that object?
This was the cell phone I recovered from Mr. Brazier's person on the
And
17th.
Does that appear to be in substantially the same condition it was in when you made that recovery from him on January 17th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 24.
No objection.
Submitted.
And I want to ask, when you're referring to Mr. Brazier, do you happen to see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you just briefly point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, he's seated to the left of the defense counsel wearing a blue jacket with a blue shirt and blue tie.
Thank you. If the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So reflected.
And you said the vehicle was searched on January 19th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you participate in that search?
I did.
And who else participated in that search?
Yes, on the 19th I met MSP K9 Sergeant Yant and his cadaver dog at Woods Towing to execute the search warrant of that vehicle.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
First examination.
It's not working.
All right. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are just about at noon. We've been going for a while. We probably want to take a break anyways. So let's, we'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock. Please be back promptly about before 1 so we can restart around 1. Okay? All right.
You've been watching day 2 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. We just heard from Detective Brian Showers with the Eastpointe Police Department. He testified that on January 17th in 2022, the car belonging to Jaylin Brazier was found in the Pontiac area. Now, at the time, there was no one inside of that vehicle. They did begin to tow that vehicle. That's when someone approached it. But ultimately, that vehicle was towed, it was impounded, and it was searched. Now, before Detective Brian Showers, we heard from Detective Ian Reinhold. He talked to Zion's mom a few days after she was reported missing. Now, he also talked to Jaylin Brazier once he became a person of interest. He said that Jaylin told him he had not seen Zion for months, and he eventually tried to reach out to Jaylin again, calling him on the phone, asking him to come in and answer a few more questions. Jaylin said that he would give him a call back, but of course never returned those calls. And we also know that that's when he tried to contact him on January 11th, when he reached out asking him to come in, and Jaylin never came in. We also saw ring camera footage from the home across the street from where Zion lived, showing a white 2005 Acura picking her up from that home, and that car was confirmed to belong to Jaylin. We saw more ring cam video across the street from Jaylin's home showing that car arriving at his home and two people getting out of the car, two people at the door of that home before going inside, and that was around 11:50 p.m. Then around 1:41 a.m., the car could be seen leaving the driveway but backing back into the driveway. So it didn't leave the home. It just drove out of the driveway and backed into it. Now, eventually we saw only one person back outside of that door and the car leaving the home again around 1:50. Now, the car did not return until 2 in the morning, pulling into the driveway regularly instead of backing into it. We did notice around 2:42 in the morning, the trunk of that car was opened. There was some movement going on in that situation, and then it was closed and the car exited the driveway, once again leaving the home. Now, Detective Reinhold did get a search warrant for the home, the vehicle, and the phones of the defendant, Jaylin Brazier. He says he saw what appeared to be a suicide note in the home, a broken iPhone, and a new vacuum cleaner. He also talked about a table that was in the backyard of the home that seemed to be a bit weathered. We don't know what was inside that suicide note, who wrote the suicide note. We didn't receive any further details on that. Hopefully that's something that will come out later during this trial. He also said he got a hold of Jaylin's phone during this search warrant and that Zion's number was not in it, and there was also nothing on his phone before the date of January 6th. So we did hear from about 3 new witnesses today. Obviously, court is taking a quick break. We're going to take one too. And when we come back, we will hear from George Reinhold. That's a special agent with the FBI. He specializes in cellular analysis. He will give us some details on the points around town where Jaylin's phone was, as well as Zion's phone, as well as some searches he made on his phone after that disappearance. That's coming up right after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. We have been covering day 2 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier, who is the cousin of Zion Foster, who disappeared in January of 2022. We heard from more witnesses today. That is including George Reinhold. He's a special agent with the FBI. He gave us some details and insight into the cellular data and analysis when it came to Jaylin's phone and Zion's phone, giving us an idea of where they were located at different points of the night she was last seen and the days after. Take a listen.
Is this the first sort of part of your presentation about the specific mapping of these devices?
Yes, it's the first visual slide that is actually depicting all that information contained from both the T-Mobile spreadsheets as well as Google.
And what is there a particular date and time frame that is depicted on this particular slide?
Yes, this is January 4th, 2022, between 9:54 p.m. and 10:49 p.m.
Okay, and in terms of, I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit here. Starting at this point, number 1, do you see that on the left side of the screen?
I do.
If we go up here, what sort of information corresponds to point number 1?
So it would be on the very top line, it's showing the time advance information. There's a record at approximately 9:54 and 10 o'clock p.m., 0.24 miles away from that tower and sector that's visualized there, which is consistent with the geographic area of the Greenfield address.
Okay, and this data that we're looking at here, is this limited to one of the specific devices that you looked at?
Number 1 is the other device is going to be located on the right side of the map.
Okay, so at this point in time, for number 1, at 9:54 p.m. and 10 p.m., and again, is this for the device that you had information was associated with the defendant?
It was, yes.
Okay, is there any information we can glean here about the location of the device at that time?
The timing advance, and then there's also the Google information. It's consistent with that Greenfield address around that time.
Okay, and then at some point, does the device start to change locations?
It does. As that time moves on later in that window, up to that 10:49, it's going to have records consistent with travel east, eventually ending up in the area of the Eastpointe address.
Okay, and if so, we jump ahead to point number 5. What is the time associated with point number 5?
10:26:53 p.m.
And what is the area, what's the general location of point number 5?
Just based off this map, it's in the Hazel Park area. You can see Hazel Park right underneath that arc.
Okay, and again, just to be clear, when we're looking at the arcs, are we looking at timing advance data?
We are.
And then when we start looking at these little red marks, what are those?
That is the information from the Google account. So it's the latitude, longitude, and then the accuracy radius that is provided by Google.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that you have Google information from sometimes, but not others?
Yes, you're not going to necessarily have, you can see kind of the back half of the time, there's a lot more Google information. You're not always going to have that all the time. It's just a matter of what's, again, retained and available by Google when they respond to a search warrant, just like T-Mobile.
Okay, and if we continue, so there's an arrow here. What does that arrow reflect?
So the arrow is just showing the direction of travel and to help orient the jury with the sequence of the records.
Okay, and so I guess during this time, from roughly 10 o'clock to about 10:26, is there any trajectory that you see that the phone took during that time based on the data that you analyzed?
Yes, so it's going to be going east, as you can see there, along kind of 8 Mile, and then north up to that 102654 point, which is where number 5 is, up there in the Hazel Park area.
Okay, and then after being in the Hazel Park area, where does the device appear to move from there?
Then comes consistent coming back south, and then east along 8 Mile, along with the Google information, up to the geographic area of the Melrose Court address in Eastpointe.
Okay, and so from this data, do you have any opinion about the general trajectory of the device from the time period of 10 o'clock to 10:40 p.m. on January 4th, 2022?
Yes, the device travels from the geographic area of the Greenfield address east towards the area of the Melrose Court address in Eastpointe.
And again, when does the device consistent with first being in the general area of the Eastpointe address?
Based off of that last Google location record, it's in the approximate 10:40 time, possibly a little bit after that, but around 10:40 it's consistent with that general geographic area.
Okay, and now in terms of the purple box near the Eastpointe address, what sort of information is reflected there?
So that is all just the call detail records that were available for that phone. So I didn't have the timing advance information for that phone number around that time. So that's just illustrating the power that was used. As you can see, that's a circle. So it was an omnidirectional one, which is providing coverage in 360 degrees, which is why you just see a circle.
Okay, and so the purple is for the other phone, would that be correct?
That is correct.
And that would be the phone that, based on the information you had, was attributed to the victim?
That is correct.
And so is the address, the victim's address that you had in Melrose Court in Eastpointe, is that within the coverage area for the tower that's reflected there?
That tower provides coverage in the geographic area around that address.
Okay. So would it be fair to say the phone, at the very least, is not inconsistent with being at her address at that time?
It's consistent with being in that area.
Okay.
I can't give you the exact address, just that consistent with that area.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, number 10. So what time frame are we looking at now?
So this is still January 4th, going ahead in that time. So it's from approximately 10:52 p.m. on January 4th to 1:46 a.m. on January 5th.
Okay, and in terms of the earlier part of that range, that time range, would that be reflected in sort of this far right side of the slide?
It would be number 1 and number 2. Those records are around approximately 10:52 and 10:53 p.m.
Okay, and then when we get over to, let's say, number 7, what time would that be?
That is around 11:13 and 54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and how about number 8?
Number 8 starts at approximately 11:16 and 12 seconds p.m. and continues through 1:45:52 a.m.
Okay, and I guess when it comes to the device associated with the defendant, did you see any trajectory when it comes to that phone's location from 10:52 p.m. to approximately 11:15 p.m.?
Yes, it would be consistent with travel back from the geographic area of the Melrose Court address back to the geographic area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
And during that time frame, did you have data available from the victim's phone to look at the location of her device?
No, the first record I had for the victim's phone was going to be, this range was at the 12, basically after midnight, so 12 o'clock a.m. and 12 seconds. and then 12:36 a.m.
Okay, and if we look at,
I'm sorry. With that call box, that was for the timing in advance. The first call detail record would be at approximately 11:34 p.m.
okay, and if we look at that sort of 11:34 p.m. time range, where would the victim's phone be consistent with being at that time?
With just that 11:34, it's using that tower and sector that provides coverage of the geographic area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
And during that same time, where would the phone associated with the defendant be consistent with being?
Also consistent with that same geographic area.
And do you see the box where there's a note about 1:15 a.m.?
I do.
And what does, can you describe what's reflected there?
Yes, so when you look at the actual call detail records, as the phone is on the network, it's recording information about that call, as I mentioned, including the tower and sector that's utilized. When a phone goes off the network, that location is no longer provided on the records. So beginning at approximately 1:15:31 a.m. through the duration of the records, the victim phone is consistent with no longer being on the T-Mobile network.
And what sort of things might cause a phone to no longer be on a cellular network?
So I can't give you an exact reason as to how it is, but basically anything that would cause that phone to lose power or some way connection with the network. Maybe it's not power, just any other element that separates that phone from the cellular network.
Okay, so if I turn my phone off, is it going to be off the network?
It'll be off the network.
And are you familiar with airplane mode?
Yes,
If I put my phone on airplane mode, would that take it off the network?
it would take it off the network as well.
If hypothetically my phone got damaged to the point that it wasn't functioning, would that take it off the network?
Yes.
Okay. I want to move to page 11. What time frame are we looking at this point?
For page 11, still January 5th, 2022, still moving forward in time between approximately 1:44 a.m. and 2:07 a.m.
Okay, now during this time, the victim's phone would be off the network, correct?
Yes, and by off the network, we're not getting cell site information, and we're seeing all these calls being sent to voicemail from the victim's records.
Okay, so you have no location data for the victim's phone as of 1:15 a.m. on January 5th, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And so we're just looking at the records associated with the defendant's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And during this time, from 1:44 a.m., at that starting point at 1:44 a.m., is there a specific location that the phone is consistent with being at?
Yes, there's a Google location record at 1:44 a.m. as well as a time advance record at approximately 1:45 a.m., which is consistent with the address on Greenfield in Detroit.
And that Google location, would that be this red box that's marked here at 1:44 a.m.?
It would be, and that point, if you go like just underneath the one, it's pointed to the one yellow box. It's the same point that was on the previous slide, carried over,
Okay.
and it's the point right there.
So starting at around 1:44, is there a point in time in which the phone is consistent with starting to move?
Yes, if you look at 2 and 3, that's 149 and then 150. So around that 149, 150, it's consistent with moving away from the Greenfield residence.
Okay, and what is the what's the direction of the phone's apparent movement at that point?
At that time or in total on this slide?
In total on the slide.
So in total on the slide, it's going to move from the area of the Greenfield address down to the Beresford location, which is in the bottom right part of the screen.
And at what point in time is the phone consistent with arriving in and around the area of the Beresford location?
It's going to be just after that 156 kind of time frame in the morning. You see a 156 point right there for Google location. We then have more at the 2 o'clock a.m. And then the first records on that number 7 tower, the timing advance, begins at around 156. So just after and around that 156 a.m. is consistent with arriving in that geographic area.
Okay, and there appear to be a lot of data points concentrated on this this freeway, correct? Is that the lodge?
It is.
And so the ARCs, again, those are timing advance records, is that correct?
They are.
And then how about the sort of red marks that follow along the freeway?
Those are the Google location records.
The GPS records?
Yeah, so they're not all like pure GPS, but it's the records from Google that are mapped.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, slide 12, what's the time frame we're looking at here?
So this is still January 5th. This is the back end of that prior timing slot that we just went over on the prior slide, between approximately 2 o'clock a.m. and 2:07 a.m.
Okay, and again, which device is reflected here?
This would be the device associated with the defendant.
And is the device during this 7-minute time frame consistent with being on the move considerably or being more stationary during that time?
So I can't give you an exact timestamp of whether it's stationary or, at the exact time it's stationary. It's during this time frame. It's consistent with that immediate area around the Beresford address, which is the yellow icon.
So that would be this icon right here,
Yes.
and that's the parking lot that you described earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this again is from 2 a.m. to 2:07 a.m. on January 5th.
That is correct.
Okay, moving to the next slide, slide 13. What's the time frame reflected here?
So still going forward in time, this is going to be from approximately 2:06 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. on January 5th.
Okay, and is there a point in time where, and again, are we looking at the device associated just with the defendant at this point?
That is correct.
And is there a point in time in which the device is consistent with starting to move away from that parking lot on Beresford and Highland Park?
There is.
And what is that point in time?
It would be around, we'll just say after that approximately 2:08 time frame. If you go to the bottom right of you can see that grouping of Google location information, which is approximately 2:06:48 to 2:08:30 in that red box.
Okay.
After that point, there's then movement consistent kind of west-southwest to that 2:09 point, and then it continues on back up to the geographic area of the Greenfield address.
And is there a point in time where the phone is consistent with returning back to the area of the Greenfield address?
Yes, on tower mark number 9, that first timing advance measurement is going to be at approximately 2:16 a.m. And then there's a Google location record at 2:29 a.m.
Okay, and that's back at that back in the area of the Greenfield address?
Correct.
So during this time from, let's say, approximately 2:08 a.m. to 2:16 a.m., what's the trajectory of the defendant's phone during that time?
It's consistent with travel along the lodge back to the area of the Greenfield address.
Okay. Moving to slide 14, did you also look at some records from another day associated with this case?
Yes, on January 6th.
Okay, and what is the relevant time frame of the records that you looked at on that particular day?
On this slide, it starts at approximately 1:31 p.m. through 2:01 p.m.
Okay, and so again, the records reflected on this slide are from the same device we've been talking about, the device associated with the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during this time frame, at around 1:31 p.m., what is the approximate starting point of the device?
So the first time slot there in that window at approximately 1:31:05, there's a Google location. Beginning around 1:33, a time advance measurement, both consistent with starting in the area of the Greenfield address in Detroit.
And after starting in that area, at some point in time, does the phone appear to be on the move?
It does.
And is there, based on the data, is there a trajectory associated with the phone at that time?
Yes, similar to the previous day, trajectory is similar along the lodge to the address or to the area of the 26 Beresford address in Highland Park or Detroit.
And is there a particular time where the phone is consistent with arriving in the area of the Beresford address?
It would be first around approximately the 1:56 p.m. time frame. That's the first measurement on that time advance arc. And there's Google location records at approximately 1:57 and 2 o'clock p.m.
Okay. And if we go to the next slide, what information can we glean from this slide? Let me ask, what is the time frame that we're looking at here?
So going ahead in time, so approximately still 1:56 p.m. to 2:14 p.m. on January 6th.
Okay, and again, at that 1:56 p.m. time frame, where is the phone consistent with being at that time?
That one is still going to be down in the geographic area around the Beresford address at the start.
And at some point after that 1:56 time frame, is the phone consistent with being on the move away from that location?
It is.
And at what point does the phone appear to start to move away from that location?
It would be after the approximate, you have Google location point right there at 2 o'clock. The last time advance measurement on that arc is at 1:56, so it would be after the 2 o'clock p.m. time frame.
Okay. And is there a trajectory associated with the phone after that 2 o'clock time frame?
Yes, it'd be consistent, traveling through the lodge kind of west, then back northwest. But this time it goes to the area on the east side of the lodge, not immediately back to the Greenfield address in Detroit.
I want to ask you about what's been admitted as Exhibit 18, some Google search history. Your Honor, may I publish?
Sure.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 18. And I want to direct your attention to page 8. The very bottom of page 8. Do you see a date and time associated with that search?
Yes.
And what is the date and time reflected there?
It's January 6th, 2022, 7:35:24 p.m. UTC.
What does UTC mean?
UTC is a standard time, so in order to get that back into local time, you need to subtract 5 hours during this time of the year.
Okay, and if you subtract 5 hours, what would be the local time reflected for this search?
It would be 2:35:24 p.m.
on January 6th of 2022?
Correct, on January 6th.
And what is the search that's reflected there?
The search for our trash trucks, also compactors.
And I want to ask you about the next search, just above that. What is the time reflected for that search?
So that's going to be the visited location following after that. So visited the link of what is the force of a garbage truck compactor.
Okay, and what is the time reflected for that?
That would be still January 6, 2022. Local time is 2:36:24 p.m.
Okay, and that time of approximately 2:36 p.m. And 2:35 p.m. If we go back to slide 19, exhibit 19, page 15, what is the timing of that relative to the timing of the phone being consistent with being back in the area of 26 Beresford?
It's approximately 35 and 36 minutes after using that last Google location point of 2:05 p.m.
Okay, so the phone's consistent with going to that area, and then about a half hour later, we have this Google activity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You just heard testimony from Special Agent George Reinhold with the FBI. When we come back, we will show you that ring cam video from across from Zion's home as well as Jaylin's home. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. We are continuing our coverage of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. We do have testimony we want to share with you from Eastpointe Detective Ian Reinhold. He talked about the ring cam video that was shown from both across the street from the home of Zion Foster's as well as Jaylin Brazier's. Take a look.
And in January of 22, did you have some involvement in what was initially a missing persons case?
Yes.
And who was the person that was missing?
Zion Foster.
And what was sort of the first step that you took in terms of your involvement with the case?
I came into work and reviewed what was going on with it. On my way into work that night, I remember making some phone calls, and I received information that she was missing before. Then I got into work, and her mother, Sierra Milton, was in the lobby, so I went right in there and just started talking to her about it.
Okay, and do you remember what day that was?
That was January 7th.
Okay. And you said you had received some information that Zion had been missing before, is that correct?
Correct.
And so had she been reported sort of as a runaway before?
She was from our city on January 5th. I believe the report was made, the initial report.
I'm saying before this incident, had she been reported previously?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other report was made on January 5th, you said?
Yes.
Okay. After that first interaction you had with Miss Milton, were there any developments the next day on January 8th?
The next day, there were some. I did speak with her, with Miss Milton, and there were some scam artists starting to call her and try to get money from her. And if she'd send them money, they would let her know where she was at.
Okay, and what type of scam artists were going on at that point? I mean, was it people saying they had information?
Yes.
And demanding money?
Yes.
And were these sort of things looked into?
Yes.
Did any of them end up appearing to be legitimate sort of sources of information about the whereabouts of Zion?
No.
Okay. At some point, was there a particular person of interest who came to light in the missing persons investigation?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jaylin Brazier.
And eventually, at some point, did you have an opportunity to meet with that person in person?
Yes.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And just for the record, could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He has a blue suit on, navy blue. He has a light blue dress shirt and a light blue tie on, black dress shoes.
Okay. If the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So reflected.
At some point during the course of the missing persons investigation, did you make efforts to contact Mr. Brazier?
Yes.
And what was the date of the first time you attempted to contact him?
January 10th, 2022.
And what was the nature of that initial attempted contact that you had?
Hey, how you doing? Have you seen Zion? Basically, to have a conversation with him to see what he had to say about it. With all the ongoings in the investigation, I had to wait a couple days as things came in. So I did talk to him.
Did he say anything to you about the whereabouts of Zion Foster?
He didn't know where she was. Hasn't seen her. In our conversation, he hasn't seen her in months.
Okay. And did he offer any other information about Zion's potential whereabouts during that initial conversation you had?
He said that he hasn't seen her in months. He said that she has been missing before, and he found out she was using his house like as an excuse when she left before. I believe he said she was gone for 2 months at one point, one time she was missing.
Okay. After that initial conversation that you had with Mr. Brazier, did you have any further conversations with him?
After that day,
After
yes.
that day, yeah. When was the next time that you had contact with him?
On the 11th, I called him by phone, and I asked him if he would come in and talk to me.
Okay. And did he agree to come in to talk to you?
He said he would call me back with a time, and that was it for the day.
Okay. And did he ever call you back?
He did not.
And did you make further attempts to get into contact with him at that point?
Yes, I did.
How many times would you say you attempted to contact him at that point to talk?
3 more times.
Okay. What were the dates of those 3 additional times that you attempted to contact him?
On the 12th, I called him in the morning, left him a voicemail. In the afternoon, I called him again on the 12th. And then one more time on the 13th in the morning, I called and left a voicemail.
Okay. And at some point during the course of the investigation, did some relevant video footage come into your possession?
Yes.
And what were the what was the source of that footage? How did you come into possession of it?
There was a Ring video that was sent to me
Okay.
from Melrose in Eastpointe.
And what's the significance of that location on Melrose?
The video faces Zion's house.
Okay. And was there any other video that you came into possession of?
Yes, there was video of 19451 Greenfield. There's video of that house
Okay.
from across the street.
And I want to walk through some of that video right now that's been admitted as exhibits 21 and 22. So I want to start with exhibit 22. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I publish 21 at the appropriate time as well?
Sure, of course.
Thank you. I want to bring up this. So there's 2 files on the exhibit. Are you familiar with both of those video files?
Yes.
And if I click on the first one, ending 2219, the file name for the record. And this, again, what's the source of this particular footage?
This right here is from an email, and it was downloaded from the Ring app.
Okay. And the house sort of at the center of the video, is there any, I guess, significance to that particular house?
That is Zion's house, 22166.
Okay, and that's on Melrose in
Melrose
Eastpointe?
in Eastpointe. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have some familiarity with that area?
Yes.
And the timestamp on the video right now, and just for the record, I've stopped at I think 12 seconds, and I'm going to go back to the start. What's the timestamp reflected on the video?
January 4th, 2022, 22:19 hours and 10 seconds.
And do you have, I guess, experience dealing with Ring videos throughout your time as a detective?
I've used it before, seen the videos, yes.
And do you have any reason to doubt the sort of accuracy of that time?
I don't doubt it.
And I'm just going to start the video. I guess this, you see the car that goes by. Is there any significance to that particular vehicle in terms of the investigation?
No.
Okay. And this is just one clip from 10:19 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of how Ring cameras work in terms of when they record, when they don't record?
Motion or noise?
Okay, so if there's motion, that triggers the recording.
Yes.
So if a car drives down the street, that could potentially trigger the recording.
If it's set up that way.
Okay, and this particular time at 10:19, this just happens to be one of the clips that was obtained, correct?
Correct.
If we go to the second clip, in the file ending 2241, back to the beginning, what's the time reflected in this clip?
The time is 22:41 and 59 seconds.
And if I restart it, and you see the car pull into a driveway at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the driveway that it pulled into, is that the driveway of Zion's home or a different home?
That's a different home.
And in terms of the vehicle that you saw pull in at, this is 10:42 p.m., was there any significance to that vehicle in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, during the course of the investigation, did you have an opportunity to familiarize yourself with whether the defendant owned and used a particular type of vehicle?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle did the defendant use at this time?
A 2005 white Acura.
Okay, and looking at this vehicle that we just saw in this footage, is that a vehicle that is, in your experience, consistent or inconsistent with the type of vehicle the defendant drove?
Consistent.
Okay. And you also mentioned some footage that you obtained from across the street from the Greenfield location, and I'm going to publish Exhibit 21, and there's 3 files on here. I'm going to start, for the record, with the file ending 441. And this particular video, what's your understanding of the type of system that captured this video?
I don't know what system it is.
So you don't have like personal familiarity with this particular system?
Correct.
Okay, but in terms of the system's positioning, based on the video and based on your familiarity with the Greenfield location, where was the system positioned?
Across the street.
Okay. And this footage, is it fair to say this was like a screen grab from somebody's phone
Yes.
that you came into possession of? And does that indicate particular dates and times?
I see some times on here. When you play it, it might have the date also on the bottom.
Okay. So I'm going to start the video. And it might be too small to see on this screen, but are you able to see a date reflected here on the video?
Yes.
And what is the date that's reflected?
January 4th, 2022.
And what's the time that's reflected?
2,300 hours and 55 seconds.
And you've reviewed this video before?
Yes.
And you reviewed other evidence in the case?
Yes.
And based on your role in the investigation and your understanding of the evidence, do you have any reason to be skeptical of the times reflected on this video?
No.
Okay. So at this point on the video, at the 11 p.m. point, is there a particular building here that's significant in terms of the investigation that's reflected here?
The house on the far left, the most left tree is 19451 Greenfield.
Okay. And so if I use my cursor to point to it, would that be this house right here?
Yes.
And where would the driveway, are you familiar with that location, I guess, throughout the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And did you, throughout the course of your investigation, identify someone who resided there?
Yes.
And who was it that resided there?
Jaylin Brazier.
And is this particular building a duplex?
Yes.
And do you recall which side of the duplex Mr. Brazier resided at?
The left side.
Okay, so it'd be this side.
Yes.
And where would the driveway be associated with his side of the duplex?
Just to the left of that tree, right where the mouse is at.
Okay, and at this point in time, reflected at 11 p.m., is there any vehicle in that driveway?
No.
Okay. And so now would it be fair to say that that clip is ending and we're going to see a different clip from this camera system?
Yes.
And what is the time reflected on the video at this point?
23:10 and 39 seconds.
Okay. And did you see any vehicles in the driveway at that point?
I did not.
And what's the time reflected now?
23:14 and 20 seconds.
Okay, now at this point, at 11:14, do you see a vehicle in the frame?
Yes.
And is there any significance to that particular vehicle in terms of the investigation?
Yes.
And what is that significance?
It appears to be a similar vehicle that picked Zion up from Melrose Street in Eastpointe.
Okay. And then if we move on to the next clip, what's the time reflected at this point?
23:15 hours and 7 seconds.
And in terms of the driveway, is there anything significant now in terms of the investigation in the driveway?
There's a white car in the driveway.
Okay, I'm going to continue playing the video. And I know it's a little bit hard to see on this particular screen, but have you looked at this video, sort of close up on your computer?
Yes.
And at this point in the video, at 11:15 p.m., in terms of the investigation, was there anything significant identified?
Yes.
And what was that?
An individual at the front door.
Okay, how many?
2.
2?
Yes.
Okay. And that next clip was also at 11:15, but just showed the vehicle stationary. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And then this next clip was at 11:52. That was briefly shown. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now we're at 11:58. And as far as you can tell, is the vehicle still stationary in the driveway?
Yes.
I'm going to move to the next file, and for the record, this file on Exhibit 21 ends in 1183. And at this point, we're at 1:10 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is the vehicle still stationary?
It is.
At this point, we're at 1:37 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, is the vehicle just stationary?
It is.
Well, nice about it.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to take my suggestion. High-profile cases like this. So that's, I'm guessing not.
I could be.
Is that what they're
And again, now we're at 1:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, is the vehicle stationary?
Yes.
We're all ready?
Be a lot more space there.
All right, why don't we bring in Jerry then?
And at this point, we're at 1:41 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as you're aware, is this the first time the vehicle moves after 11:15 p.m.?
Yes.
And at this point, we're at 1:47 a.m. And where is the vehicle at this point?
It's backed up on the side of the house.
So would that be back in this area?
Yes.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
And at this point, we're at 1:48 p.m. Or AM, I'm sorry, is that correct?
Correct.
And in terms of, I'm going to pause the video briefly, in terms of the area around the front door, is there anything significant that was observed in terms of my investigation at this point?
There's an individual standing right there outside the door.
Mr. Brazier, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Rossi. Let's call the jury.
All rise, jury. Come on out, take your seats.
And at this point, in terms of the area around the car, was there anything significant that was observed?
The light just came out of the car. It looked like someone was at the passenger side, then they're on the driver's side.
Now we're at 1:49 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Be seated.
All the members of the jury are present.
And after this point, is the driveway then?
Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. You've been watching a replay of testimony from one of the witnesses who were called today. Looks like court is back in session from that lunch break. We're going to listen in right now.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you asked a series of questions, please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. We will only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as ahas and ahas, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and please state your name and spell.
Jason Chambers, Jayson Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Sir, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm a special agent for the FBI
And how long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
since 2010.
Okay. And what's the basic scope of your role currently with the FBI?
I'm, as a special agent, I'm an investigator. I'm currently assigned to our Flint office, but I've also been involved with our evidence response team that's based out of Detroit.
Okay. And what is the evidence response team?
The evidence response team is the FBI's forensic team that is involved in collecting evidence at crime scenes and documenting them and documenting the evidence and submitting it for processing.
And do you have any sort of training when it comes to crime scene processing?
I do. We attend a basic training class, which is 2 weeks long, about evidence response, just basic procedures and how to collect evidence and process a scene. And afterwards, there's ongoing education and other classes that you can take. And some of the things that I've done relevant to this matter were classes on documenting the collection of human remains, and also classes at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville at their Body Farm facility, which is specifically collection and documentation of decomposing bodies.
And as part of your role with the FBI's evidence response team, did you participate in a search of a residence back on January 17th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that residence located?
I don't have the address on right at the tip of my tongue. It was in Eastpointe.
And I'm sorry, if you did you document your search in a something called a casebook?
Yes, I did.
And if you took a look at that, would that help to refresh your recollection
Yes, it
of the
would.
exact address? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a copy of the casebook, and take a look at that and let me know when, if that refreshes your recollection as to the address that you searched on January 17th of 2022.
It does.
Okay, and if I can take that back from you, what was the address?
19451 Greenfield Road in Detroit.
In Detroit.
Yes.
Okay. And when you participated in the search of that particular address, what was the basis of your authority to enter that residence?
A search warrant had been signed the day before, and so we were there to execute that search warrant.
Okay, and when the search warrant was executed, was anyone present in the residence?
When we arrived to search or to execute the search warrant, there was nobody home. There was nobody there at the residence.
And other than yourself, did anyone else participate in the search that day?
Yes.
And who else participated?
Yeah, so we had a team of FBI personnel to process the possible evidence to be collected. We also had the FBI case agent, who's the lead investigator for the FBI in this matter, and we also had Detective Reinhold from Eastpointe Police Department with us as well.
Okay, and when you searched that residence, approximately how long were you there? Was your team there searching?
We arrived a little bit after 6 o'clock, 6:10 in the morning, and we left the area of approximately 8:30 in the morning. So it was a little bit more than 2 hours.
And was there anything in particular that your team was searching for when you were at that residence?
Yes, the nature of the probable cause for the search warrant was the disappearance of Ms. Foster. So we were looking for any kind of materials, evidence, documentation, electronics, bodily fluids, that kind of thing that would be relevant to that investigation.
Okay, and what can you describe just basically how that residence is situated?
Sure. It's a duplex, and it's a 2-story building. It has a basement, and it had a shared backyard. So the backyard was maybe a little bit wider than the actual residence itself.
Okay. And did you or someone else on the team take some photos of the residence during the search?
Yes.
And have you reviewed a subset of those photos that I sent you for presentation today?
Yes.
And do those photos fairly inaccurately depict what you personally observed when you were inside of the residence searching back on January 17th, 2022?
Yes, they do.
And is it your understanding that set of photos is on this disc that I'm holding that's been marked People's Proposed Exhibit 23?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 23.
No objection.
All right, and it's admitted.
And may I publish?
Sure.
Okay. And where's the driveway of this particular residence?
It's along the left side of the house here.
Okay. And if we look at page 2, what does that show us?
This is the front door of the residence.
Okay. And when you're searching a residence with multiple areas, multiple rooms, is there a way that you keep things organized when you're conducting a search?
Yes, so we will label each room, or to the best of our ability, with letters. And so we'll actually take a piece of paper with a letter written on it and tape it to the wall so that everybody knows this room is room A, this room is room B, etc.
Okay, and then when we go to page 3, which label was given to this particular room?
So this is room A, and there's the label that I just described.
And what room is room A?
It's the front entrance living area.
Okay. And page 4, does this give a sort of a broader view of that room?
Yeah, this is the same room, just looking from the opposite side of the room.
Okay. And how about page 5?
This is one of the couches in that same room.
Okay. And what does page 6 depict?
This is one of the items of evidence that we collected. So when we collect items of evidence, we will take photos of that item in place before it's collected, and then we might take more pictures of it later as well. But this is a in-place documentation of what I believe is the tablet that we collected.
Okay. And is that evidence like tablets or phones, are those collected for possible future forensic extraction and processing?
That's correct.
And that's not something that you would actually do yourself, correct? That would be somebody else that would handle that?
That is correct.
Okay. And then page 7, is that just the other side of that particular tablet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And how about page 8? What are we looking at here?
This is the television entertainment center in that same room A.
Okay. And how about page 9?
This is another view of that same room. From that opposite side, you can see the front door main entrance on the right.
Okay. And so this area right here, this would just be right above is that the main couch in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to briefly publish what's been admitted as Exhibit 11. Have you seen this particular exhibit before?
I have not.
Okay. Does just in looking at this area, does that look at all kind of familiar to you?
It appears to be consistent.
Objection, I'm not asking him to speculate. He stated he's never seen this particular exhibit before, so he's asking him to speculate.
And I'm not asking you to speculate, but just does that area look familiar to you based on your prior presence on scene at the Greenfield residence?
It does.
Okay. And if we keep going through these photos, page 10 of Exhibit 23, is this just another view of the living room?
It is.
And how about page 11?
This is, again, same room. This is the little coffee table stand on the other side of the couch that we just saw.
Okay, and does page 12 give us a closer up view of that table?
It does.
And how about page 13? What does this show?
This is a photo of the iPhone that we collected.
Okay, and the little object right next to the phone, right below it, what's that?
That's the place for the SD card, or the memory chip for the phone.
Okay, and page 14, is that just the other side of the phone?
That's correct.
Okay, and what condition did that phone kind of appear to be in?
The exterior case had sustained damage.
Okay. And looking at page 15, what are we looking at here?
This is still in that same room, looking towards the other side of the room into what I consider the dining room.
Okay, and here at the center of the photo, what's that object?
That's a vacuum cleaner.
And next to it, what was next to that?
It's a box that appeared. The vacuum cleaner appeared to be new, and that appears to be the box that the vacuum cleaner was packaged in.
Okay, and was there anything, I guess, in connection with that vacuum cleaner that you saw that could be collected or would be suitable for further analysis?
Not at the time.
Not at the time, okay. Looking at page 16, which sort of zone are we in now?
So this is the next room, the dining room area. We labeled it room B.
Okay. And page 17, does that give us another view of that dining room?
It does.
And how about page 18?
It shows the dining room area, and then you can see, looking into the background there, you can see the living room in connection.
Okay, and do you see on the wall this object on the wall?
Yes.
And did you have any sort of familiarity with that during the search?
It appeared to be a smart thermostat or a digital thermostat.
Okay, was it operational at the time that you recall?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It was damaged in that way. I don't know that we manipulated it in any way.
Okay, so as far as you know, it was kind of hanging there at the time that the search commenced?
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of page 19, does this just show us sort of another image of the dining room table?
This is the dining room table and the things that were on top of it.
Okay, and were there any items of potential significance located on this table?
There were.
And could you describe where those items were in relevance to, in relation on this picture, I guess, specifically?
In this picture, you can see the items on the bottom right corner of the dining room table.
So it'd be right here?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we go to page 20, are these sort of a close-up of those items?
Yes.
And were you able to see what was written on this particular envelope? Is that an envelope that's depicted here?
It appears to be some sort of mail, whether it's an envelope or a check or something. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
And then the item next to it is some sort of small cardboard box.
And there's some handwriting on it. Would that be?
Yeah, there's handwriting on both of those items.
Okay. And starting with the mail, can you read what that says?
And it's my final wish to be cremated.
And there's no signature next to that or name next to that or anything. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then on the item next to it, are you able to read that? Starting at the top.
Yes. I did nothing, and in death I stick to that, regardless of the lies being made against me. To my family, Katrina, Mom, Dad, and my siblings, I love you all more than anything in this world, and I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to handle this. To my kids, Ava, Deshaun, Isaiah, Daddy will always be with you and always love you.
And if we go to page 23, are we in a different room at this point?
Yeah, this is room C, which is the kitchen.
Okay. And was there anything notable found in the kitchen?
I think the notable thing in the kitchen was the mop and bucket there.
Okay, and that's on page 27. That's visible.
Yes.
Okay. And then, do you see the doorway that's depicted on page 28?
Yes.
Where does that door lead to?
The basement.
Okay, and if we look at page 29, does that show the stairs going down to the basement?
It does.
And page 30, are we in the basement at this point?
Yes, we are.
And how about page 31? What does that show?
This is one of the corners in the basement.
And page 32?
A different corner of the same basement.
Okay. And page 33?
And again, same basement, same room, just slightly the viewpoint is slightly shifted.
And 34?
This is that kind of semi-enclosed area where the bed was found in the basement.
And 35?
Excuse me. This is a small closet area in the basement.
And that's labeled E?
It is.
Okay. And 36?
This is a close-up view of the top shelf of that closet.
Okay, and was anything notable found in the basement?
We didn't collect anything from the basement. There was laundry and clothes and things, but nothing substantial enough for us to collect it for the case.
Okay. And if we go to page 38, what does this depict?
These are the stairs leading to the upstairs of the house.
Okay. And page 39, are we upstairs at this point?
Yes, we are.
And this is, I assume, just a bathroom. It's labeled F.
That's correct.
And anything notable found in that bathroom?
There were cleaning supplies in the under the sink in the bathroom.
Okay, and that's just here on 41.
That's correct.
Okay, and then if we go to 42, which room is depicted in page 42?
This is room G, and this is a bedroom in the upstairs.
Okay. And does page 43 show more of that room?
It does.
And page 44
Yep, same room.
and 45
Again, same room.
and 46,
Yes, still same room.
47.
Correct, same room.
And anything notable found in that particular room?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. If we move on to page 50, that's labeled H, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what area of the house was labeled as H?
This is another bedroom in the upstairs.
Okay. If we look on 51, is that like a closet leading to that bedroom?
Yes.
And 52?
Same closet.
And how about 53?
So, I might have misspoken a minute ago. H was a closet in the upstairs going into the bedroom that we're about to see.
Okay.
So H was called its own room. The closet was considered its own room. I then is the bedroom that the closet leads into.
Okay. And then so if we're looking at 54, we're looking at the sort of label for zone I.
That's correct.
And then 55, is this the actual room that was labeled as I?
That's correct.
Okay. And 56, anything we're looking at here?
There's more parts of that bedroom labeled I.
Okay. And 57?
So this is a picture of part of the mattress that was found in room I, and you can see there's a small reddish brown stain there on the edge of the mattress.
And 58, is that just a close-up of that?
That's correct.
Now, when you were on scene there, did you have a means to test that stain to determine whether or not that was consistent with being blood?
We did.
And what's the sort of method that you have to do that?
You use what's basically a Q-tip to take a small sample of your test subject and combine it with the testing kit. The testing kit will react with hemoglobin, which is a protein found in blood. So if you get a reaction, you can be confident that whatever you're testing is blood of some kind. We did not get a positive reaction when we tested this.
Okay, and so just to be clear, this was determined not to be blood.
That's correct.
Okay. And then if we go to 59, are we still in the same room?
We are.
And what are we looking at on page 59?
This is the couch along the wall of that bedroom, and you can see the red laptop there sitting on the couch.
Okay, and is 60 just another image of that laptop?
It is.
And how about 61?
This is an Apple Watch that was located in that same room.
Okay. And just move on here. Go to 65. What are we looking at here?
This is just a photo of a title.
Go to 66 and zoom in on that. Does that have a particular name on the title?
It does. It's Jaylin Omar Brazier.
If we go back to 65 and zoom in, is there a particular vehicle?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and what is the vehicle?
It is a 2005 Acura TL.
Okay. And go to 67. What are we looking at here?
This is another computer.
Okay, and is 68 just the reverse side of that?
It is.
And how about 69?
This is a picture of the backyard from standing on the little porch area from the back door.
Okay, and is there toward the middle of the screen here, is there a particular object there?
There is. It's a small, like, coffee table type piece of furniture.
Okay, if we go to 73, is that a closer up image of that object?
It is.
And what does 74 show?
Broken glass on the ground.
Okay. And 75 is just another image of the same table?
It is.
All right. Now, if you're in general searching a crime scene for possible evidence of a violent crime, are there particular things that you're looking for?
Yes. Things could, it'll vary depending on the circumstances of the situation, but you're looking for possible weapons, signs of some sort of struggle, things that have been broken or damaged, bodily fluids, blood, that kind of thing, and anything like that that would indicate violence or struggle. Above and beyond that, there are chemicals you can use, things that will react with blood. Sometimes they glow, sometimes they change color, depending on what you're using. There's also types of ultraviolet light that you can use that will also kind of make things like bodily fluids stand out.
Okay, and in terms of the chemicals that can be employed to detect body fluids, were any of those used during this particular search?
Not in this search.
Okay, and why would that have been?
There wasn't enough in having the case agent there and the detective there. We didn't have any, as we inspected the house, there wasn't an area where it looked like it would be appropriate to use them.
Okay, and how about detecting blood? What are the sort of methods that can be used to detect blood at a crime scene? Are those the same as other body fluids?
They are, yeah.
Okay. And have you investigated in your career, have you investigated other scenes of violent crimes?
Yes.
And in your experience investigating scenes of violent crimes, do you always expect to find like blood or other body fluids?
You don't expect to find anything. You find what is there to be found. But there are many ways for violence to occur that would not leave evidence like blood or other bodily fluids.
Okay.
Someone could be strangled, that very possibly might not leave blood or bodily fluids. Somebody could sustain blunt force trauma to their head or something like that, which would
I'd object to the hypothetical. If we can just say relevant to this particular situation, opposed to hypotheticals and other situations that might be pertinent to this.
I think this is incredibly pertinent to this, Your Honor. So not all forms of violence, in your experience, are going to produce a bloody crime scene. Would that be fair to say?
that is fair to say.
Okay. And in your sort of training and experience, are there ways to conceal evidence of a bloody crime scene if there had been a bloody crime scene?
Yes, there is.
And how might one conceal evidence of a bloody crime scene?
General removal of evidence, whether that's a weapon or something that has blood on it. Just removing it from the scene would be concealing. And then combine that with, general cleaning, reorganizing, putting things back into place where they may have fallen out of place at one point. Just rearranging things the way, away from what happened at the scene.
Okay. And I want to ask, you mentioned some of the electronic devices. We talked about what appeared to be the handwritten notes. Other than that, was there any other physical evidence that was collected at this particular scene?
No.
And I want to ask, you've been an FBI special agent for, it sounds like 14 years, is that correct?
Almost 14 years, yeah.
Have you, during your experience as an FBI special agent, worked with other federal law enforcement agencies?
I have.
You've worked with federal prosecutors?
I have.
Do you have an understanding, would you say, of federal law enforcement priorities?
I do.
And is marijuana something that's illegal under federal law still?
The unregulated use of marijuana, I think, is a good way to say it, would be federally violating some statute somewhere.
Okay. But in your understanding of working in federal law enforcement, is investigating, targeting people for personal consumption of marijuana, is that a federal law enforcement priority at this point?
Sure, and I think this goes beyond his expertise on whether each individual agency would investigate a particular marijuana violation. He may say what he's done personally, but he can't attest to what other agencies or other individuals in those agencies conduct.
Well, he can testify about his own personal experience.
Okay. In your personal experience, again, you have some familiarity with other federal law enforcement agencies.
Yes.
And those agencies' activities specifically in Michigan.
Yes.
And do you have familiarity with working with the United States Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Michigan?
Yes.
And in the Western District of Michigan as well?
Also, yes.
And in the 14 years you've been in the FBI, I assume you've had some familiarity with what types of federal cases are being brought in those two judicial districts within the state of Michigan, correct?
I do.
And do you know of anyone getting prosecuted federally for using marijuana?
I've never heard of that.
Okay. And would you say that is, marijuana is legal in the state of Michigan, right, under state law? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
And would you say it's commonly known in the state of Michigan that use of marijuana is not a federal enforcement priority?
Objection. That's cause for speculation, which is commonly known. You can say what he knows, but it's commonly known. That's speculation.
Okay. Let me finish by asking this. So you went to this scene on Greenfield on January 17th to investigate a possible crime, correct?
That's correct.
And the crime that you were investigating was a suspected violent crime, is that correct?
That is correct.
If you had found a body at this scene, hypothetically, would that have furthered your investigation?
Yes, it would have.
Thank you, nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, you stated that there are chemicals that could be used to determine if there's particular evidence, correct? Or bodily fluids, or
That's correct.
okay. And in this particular situation, you didn't use any of these chemicals, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you do any fingerprints lifts?
No,
Okay. And you didn't do any DNA swabs, correct? Inside this house, correct?
correct.
Okay. And the reason why you didn't do any DNA swabs or fingerprint lifts is because from your determination, there was not a reason to do those, correct?
The reason we didn't do any of those, use any of those techniques, was it was not in dispute whether the people in question have ever been to that house. So finding a fingerprint or even a DNA sample of one of the people in question at that house wouldn't mean something, wouldn't mean anything one way or the other, because it had been well known that these people had been there.
Okay, but it might have had some evidentiary value of where in the house you found this particular evidence, correct?
The context, I hesitate to say no, but it would be very unlikely that it would be helpful.
Okay. And you didn't find any evidence that would suggest that this particular scene had been cleaned to hide any particular evidence, correct?
I don't have enough context to suggest that.
Oh, okay. To be clear, you didn't have any evidence to suggest that anybody cleaned this particular scene, correct?
I'm only hesitating because the term clean is a little bit of a relative term.
To hide. Okay. You didn't have any evidence that anybody cleaned this particular area in order to hide evidence, correct?
I don't have evidence to say that.
Okay. And you didn't have any evidence to suggest that anybody reorganized the scene, correct? In order to hide evidence.
I don't have anything to specifically say that.
Okay. And you didn't collect that mop bucket that you said that had somewhat of an interest to you, correct?
We did not
Okay.
collect the mop bucket.
And you didn't collect the mop either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this letter that was written on the table, you don't know who wrote this letter, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know how long it was there, correct?
I do not.
And you didn't collect this to do a handwriting analysis on it, did you?
That part of the investigation is outside of my lane. So the notes were clearly relevant in the moment.
Okay, my question is, you did not collect these writings in order to do a handwriting analysis, correct?
And my answer is, once we collect that evidence, we give it to somebody else at that, like right there at the scene. So what happens to it in the post-processing after it's been collected is not
Beyond your scope of your.
It's beyond my lane.
Okay. Now, you never worked for the DEA, have you?
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that the DEA, their primary focus is on drugs and narcotics, correct?
That is in their name.
Okay. So that would be a yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it would be fair to say that the district attorney or you as attorney, they don't personally notify you of every case that they're prosecuting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't know every case, especially if you're not personally involved in that case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you can't definitively say whether or not somebody was prosecuted for usage of marijuana, correct?
I would not say that.
You wouldn't say what?
I don't know that. Let me rewind.
Okay, let me ask you this. You don't look at all the cases, correct? You don't know every single case. So
Correct.
you wouldn't know whether or not the U.S. attorney is prosecuting somebody for usage or possession of marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And as a special agent, your job in the FBI is not primary to focus on drugs. Would that be correct?
You are correct.
Okay. And you have never took extra steps to figure out or find out whether or not somebody was being prosecuted for the usage or possession of marijuana, correct?
I've never done research to find that answer for myself.
Okay. You didn't do any type of analysis on the table that was outside in the backyard, correct?
Whether you call photography analysis, maybe we could say we didn't do any further analysis outside of the photography and documentation that we did,
Okay.
and we've already shown.
You didn't swab for DNA on the table, did you?
We did not.
Okay. And you were unable to, I guess, ascertain how long this particular table was outside, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the glass that you saw outside, you don't know whether or not that table was broken outside, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that there was a shared backyard between these two units in a duplex?
That's my understanding. I don't,
Okay.
I haven't looked at the property lines to know that for sure.
Okay, so you don't know which duplex this particular table even belonged to, correct?
It was located on the side that would be consistent with the address of note. Like it was on their side, not the neighbor's side, but it's a shared backyard.
Shared backyard, okay. In a relatively small backyard, you would say?
It's not large.
Okay. And you didn't find any blood inside the house or anything like that, correct?
We did not.
Okay. And you were looking for that, correct?
We were.
Okay. Did you employ any type of, I guess, for lights, ultraviolet lights or anything like to find any maybe blood that was undetectable by the eye?
Not at this time.
Okay. At a later time, did that happen?
I did not. I was not present for any further processing.
Okay. Did you bring any dogs inside the house to sniff for any possibly bodily remains or blood?
We did.
Okay, and that yielded a negative result?
It did.
Okay. Thank you, Special Agent. No further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor, there were some questions about concealing evidence at a crime scene. You recall answering some questions about that?
I do.
And just to be clear, if hypothetically someone had removed a body from that house, a dead body, would that have been consistent with concealing evidence of a crime?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Do you read from us?
Nothing further.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, so you can step down. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Eli Bowers.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
We're going to be asked some questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. We only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as ahas and ahas, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Yes, sir. My name is Eli Bowers. Last name is Bowers. First name is Eli.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI in Detroit
And how long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
since 2015.
And what are the scope of your duties as an FBI special agent?
Well, currently I'm assigned just as a case agent, but one of my collateral duties, or one of a few, is assistant team leader for the evidence response team.
Okay. And as part of your role with the evidence response team, do you have any specialized training when it comes to processing crime scenes?
Yes, I'm a crime scene photographer.
Okay. As part of the FBI's evidence response team, back in January 21st of 2022, did you participate in the execution of a search warrant at 19451 Greenfield Street in the city of Detroit?
I did.
And were you at the initial search of that home too that happened a couple of days previously?
No, just a search on the 21st.
Okay, and what was the purpose of the follow-up search on the 21st?
So the purpose of our search, our reason to be there, was to do to look for blood and saliva using some advanced techniques. And I say advanced meaning not just looking at and seeing it, but using some chemicals and some advanced some ALS, which is some like different wavelengths of light to try to see things.
Okay, and when you say ALS, you're referring to alternative light source?
Yes.
And can you just kind of unpack that concept a little bit for the jury to explain how that works?
Sure. So I'm not a scientist, but I'm more of a technician. So essentially what ALS does, alternative light sources, it uses different wavelengths of light that are not, we don't normally see, but they, well, actually they're everywhere, but it's just that we don't necessarily see them with our eyes, so we use goggles to be able to see their reactions with different things that the alternative light sources projected upon.
Okay, and is this sort of like, are you familiar with like black lights that, you know, people might know of commonly?
Yes.
Is that kind of along the lines of a black light?
Yes, it's the same concept, right? How a black light will make something glow that would not normally glow to our eyes.
Okay.
In normal lighting.
And the purpose of that is to detect, you're looking for potentially body fluids?
Correct.
And would that include, let's say, saliva?
Yes.
Would it include semen?
Yes.
Would it include blood?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use an alternative light source when you searched that residence on January 21st of 2022?
Yes, we did.
And what parts of the residence did you use that alternative light source in?
We were focused in the living room area, which, so more specifically, there was a carpet on the ground, a couch, and there was also a coffee table, which we had actually brought inside because we felt that was something that was removed from the living room. But
okay. And did using the alternative light source, were you able to identify anything of potential interest or relevance inside the living room?
No, nothing of interest.
Okay. And are there any limitations with using that type of light source on, let's say, carpet?
Yes.
And what can you describe what the limitations are?
Well, the thing with alternative light source is there can be, when you shine this, it can sometimes pick up dust and debris and things like that. So you would have to see these very small objects and then determine whether or not that's something that you'd be interested in pursuing investigatively. But depending on the carpet, it could be like a high pile, like meaning like very shaggy, versus something that's like a flat, non-porous surface, which would be a lot easier for something to glow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you also familiar with something called luminol?
Yes.
And what is luminol?
So luminol is a substance, it's a chemical that we put into a spray bottle, and with the lights off, and if you mist this over blood, it will glow. It will glow blue specifically.
Okay. And did you apply luminol in any areas of the home when you searched it?
Yes, the same areas I had mentioned before in the living room, we had also applied luminol to see if any we'd get any reactions.
Okay. And based on the application of luminol, was there any sort of reactions, I would say like positively for any type of blood?
No.
Okay. And are there any sort of limitations to using these methods, such as an alternative light source or luminol? Are they fully, I guess, exhaustive in terms of their ability to detect body fluids?
No, they're usually just an indicator, sort of a compass to point us in the direction, and then to, for instance, if we would find something that we would that would have reacted, we would have swabbed it, sent it to a lab to confirm what the substance actually was. So it can only give us an indicator at best.
Okay. And again, what was your overarching purpose for using these methods at this particular scene back on January 21st, 2021?
Well, we were asked to do this search specifically of this area by the investigators in it. I was not sort of part of the investigative team at that point. I was just a technician working in this instance, and they were trying to detect if there were any bodily fluids or blood in that home, or specifically in the living room area, because the narrative they were working with at the time thought that there may be.
Okay. And in terms of your ability as a technician to investigate that scene, if there had been a body present at that scene, would that have been helpful to further your investigation?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Officer's information?
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Good afternoon.
Now, you stated that you used the ALS, which is the alternative light source, and luminol in order to detect for bodily fluids such as blood.
Yes.
That's correct? Okay.
Yes.
And you would say that that's your first line of detection in order to determine whether or not there are bodily fluids using these methods?
No, this would not be our first.
Okay. What would be the first line of detection?
I mean, I think it's sort of more common sense. If
Just
you walk
look
in
for it?
and just see it with your eyes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you didn't see anything with your eyes, correct?
No.
Okay, so then it'd be fair that the ALS and the luminol would be a secondary line of detection?
Yes. That's
Okay.
a good way to put it.
Were there any other secondary methods of detection other than luminol or the alternative light source to determine whether or not there is blood in a particular area?
Are you saying would there be, or any ones that we use?
Any ones that you use?
Not that we use typically.
Okay.
Sometimes a swab or something to see, but typically we would only do that if we detect the presence with one of the other methods.
Okay. Are you aware of any other methods that you may not use?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did you personally, was there a dog that was brought in on the day that you were there to maybe sniff for particular body fluids?
No.
Okay.
I believe so.
And how long have you been using the detection methods?
Me personally?
Yes.
Well, I joined the evidence response team in 2017 or 18, so
Since then?
6 or 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you know how long the FBI themselves has been using the detection methods?
I don't know.
Okay, but it predated your employment with the FBI, correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And would you say this is a pretty fairly reliable source of detection?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that you checked the carpet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you checked the couch?
Yes.
Okay. Did you check the walls?
Yes.
Okay. And they all yielded negative results?
Correct.
Okay. And did you employ both methods on the surfaces that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the ALS, the alternative light source, and the luminol, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you check anywhere else in the house?
No.
Okay. Did you personally do any DNA swabs?
No.
Okay. Did you do any fingerprint lifts?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Special Agent. No further questions.
Thank you.
You direct?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Okay. Pass it to the deputy. Counsel, please approach. Why do you not check the bedroom?
Because we were only asked to check the living room by the investigators. So we were working there as essentially an assistance to them. That's what we were asked to do.
Any follow-up based on that question?
Just briefly, so Special Agent Bowers, so just to be clear, your role on scene was that you were sort of completing a specific task that you were asked to take care of, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were you involved with like driving the overall investigation at that point?
No, not at all.
But the ask was sort of specific to the living room, that was the area of focus.
Yes, that's fairly typical for the FBI's role in non-federal cases, because we were considered specialists, for lack of a better term, by a lot of the state and local investigators. So they wanted us because of our specific abilities to work with the alternative light source and the luminol, which is just not typical for a normal investigator. So that's why we were called in.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be against the rules if you were to, I'd say, take it upon yourself to search another area of the house that wasn't specifically given to you to search?
As long as it would be in the search warrant, we could do so, but obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the search warrant stated you can search the entire house, then you could take it upon yourself to search another particular area, correct?
I suppose so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further question.
All right, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
Go ahead, next witness.
This time, if you will call David Yant.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please take your seat as a witness.
Good afternoon. So you're going to be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. We'll only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as ahas and ahas, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up, and if you would, please state your name and spell it.
Yes, sir. David Yant, Y-O-U-N-T.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what do you currently do for a living?
I work for the Michigan State Police K-9 unit.
And how long have you worked with the Michigan State Police more generally?
Since May of 1995.
And how long have you been with the K-9 unit?
Since 2000.
And what is your what's your current role in connection with the Michigan State Police K-9 unit?
Right now I'm a sergeant within the Michigan State Police K-9 unit.
Okay, and what are your sort of duties as a sergeant in that unit?
I am the head trainer I was also the K-9 unit commander. Due to the growth of the unit, we brought a lieutenant on. So I'm basically the assistant unit commander for the State Police K-9 unit, also the head trainer.
Okay, and how long have you had that role as head trainer within the unit?
I've had the head trainer role since 2004.
And what does the Michigan State Police K-9 unit do?
We were established in 1960. We find people, lost people. We find suspects that flee crimes. We find substances, whether it be narcotics, explosives, accelerants. We find lost people. We also find, we have cadaver dogs that locate human remains. Also human remains such as tissue, bone, and blood. We find those in trace amounts. We also find them in different environments, like water, houses buried, things like that. We have explosive dogs that detect 13 different explosives, but in combination, hundreds of different types of devices. We have accelerant dogs that locate accelerants such as gasoline, kerosene, lighter fluid, lamp lighter fluid. We help and assist at scenes where there's fires, fatal fires. Our cadaver dogs also help in that capacity. We have tactical entry dogs where we work with our SWAT team. We have dogs that are trained to assist in those types of calls.
And do you have any sort of specialized training when it comes to being a canine handler?
Yes, sir.
And what is, can you kind of walk us through your training background in that field?
Yes, sir. The basic canine school is 560 hours. It's 14 weeks of basic canine training. You're learning about canine theory, canine behaviors. We're also a unique unit in that we train our dogs from, they're untrained. We call them green dogs. They're not trained. So as a new handler, you are training an untrained canine and you're learning all the principles of conditioning. So we train the dog from the ground up. And give you an example, my first dog was a bomb dog. He was a tracking bomb dog. So we would teach the dog how to track. Basically, the dog taught us. He knew how to track, but we just learned as a handler through repetition on how to read the dog. But then we would condition the dog to odors. So, like I said, my dog was a bomb dog, so we would train the dog to indicate on target sources. So for me, in 2000, it was explosives. We'd teach them how to really condition them how to locate explosives, C4, black powder, different substances like that. So you go through a 560-hour basic canine training course. That's what we do.
Okay. And did you personally took that course yourself?
Yes, sir.
And in your current role as a supervisor, do you help train other canine handlers in that course?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned cadaver dogs. Can you just describe what a cadaver dog is generally?
Yes, sir. A cadaver dog basically finds human remains in different states of decomp. Whether it's it could be freshly a person that freshly passes away and somebody tries to hide them, or it can be trace amounts where you have somebody that is killed and there's blood left behind. We condition the dogs to indicate on trace amounts of blood, all the way down to 1 parts per million of human blood our canines can detect.
And can you help us kind of understand what's the process like for training a dog to detect the odor of human remains, to create that sort of impression with them?
Yes, sir. So the principles of conditioning for a canine for detector work, whether we're detecting narcotics or cadaver or accelerants, it's the same. The first thing we do is we teach the dog to sit, because the sit is going to be the response. That's going to be the final response that the dog does to say, hey, this is I'm getting as close as I can to the source of the odor. He sits. The last place his nose was is where I look, and that is usually where the substance is. So in our training course, we teach the dog to sit, and then when he sits reliably, when I tell the dog to sit and he sits right down, then we bring in odors. Let's say I'm training him on cadaver tissue, so I'll bring in tissue, I'll put it in a box. It's in a design box that his nose can go in, so the odor is isolated, and I'll have 8 other boxes. 7 of the boxes are empty. 1 of them has the target odor. The dog is directed to the box, and the dogs are selected because they're high drive dogs. They're naturally curious and nosy, right? So we point to the box. The dog smells the box. He doesn't really know what he's smelling, but he goes to the boxes. He goes to the one. He gets to the one with the odor, the tissue, which is a different odor, and he'll usually hesitate. He'll usually stop and hesitate. Well, what is that? And then we say sit. And the dog, oh, sit. Boom. And they'll sit. And then we put a ball. We have that designed box with the hole. We pop the ball through the hole. And like Pavlov's law, we ring a bell, you feed the dog salivates. It's that conditioning process we do hundreds of times that the dog eventually seeks that odor out because he's pairing that odor with his reward. Remind you, we pick a dog that's a high drive dog that hunts, and he wants that ball for the prey drive. We do that hundreds of times, and eventually the dog is conditioned to that odor and that odor only.
And so how long does it take to take a dog that's green, as you say, and untrained, and get that dog ready to be put into the field and be used as a cadaver dog in the field?
So with our cadaver program, we never have anybody new run a cadaver dog. So it's usually a handler that's already been a handler for a while, so they understand the principles and how the dog operates. It's 10 weeks, so it's 400 hours. 400 hours of training, detector work training.
Okay, and the methods used to train cadaver dogs, are those something that you just came up with personally, or is that something that is used more broadly within the Michigan State Police and even nationally?
I would say the principles that we use are worldwide. We've evolved since 1960. Obviously, everything, things change, right? We find new techniques that work, and we use them. Our manual is taken from the United States military, but also from U.S. Customs and a plethora of sources that we vet through. Hey, if this technique works, we're gonna take that little segment and use that for our application. So this process of cadaver has evolved.
And are you familiar with a cadaver dog by the name of Jameson or JMO?
Yes, sir.
And what's your familiarity with JMO?
I was responsible for selecting Jameson. He was one of 14 dogs that were tested to be a cadaver dog, and then I trained him, and he was my dog. I ran him. He's still a cadaver dog.
And so did you went through that 400-hour program with Jameson?
Yes, sir.
Personally?
Yes, sir.
During your training of Jameson to be a cadaver dog, did you have any issues or concerns about Jameson's accuracy in detecting the odor of human remains?
Not at all. He from the moment we tested him, so he's a Belgian Malinois, which those are a very high drive dog. They're very high drive. They're great dogs. They're great work dogs. They work really fast though. But he was very methodical. Of the 14 dogs, he was my only Malinois. I really did not plan on selecting a Belgian Malinois, but he was very slow, very methodical. And then going into the training process, and then mind you, Jameson is my 13th work dog. He's my 13th dog that I've worked on the road. Seeing this, recognizing how talented he was at it, he made the training really easy. I had 0 issues with K9 Jameson.
Okay, and was Jameson eventually certified in any way as a cadaver dog?
Yes, sir.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 30. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is proposed exhibit 30?
That is our certification.
Okay. And is that just a record of Jameson's, would that be his initial certification as a
Yes,
cadaver
sir.
dog? Was that in 2021?
Yes, sir.
And is this the sort of record that is kept in the ordinary course of your unit's business?
Yes, sir.
And is it the regular practice of your unit to keep records of canine certifications like this?
Yes, sir. Certifications and training documentation. We document all of our training.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 30.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And so Jameson was certified in 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And has he been in the field as a cadaver dog since that time?
Yes, sir.
And after the time of his initial certification, have you had any problems or concerns come up about Jameson's accuracy as a cadaver dog?
No, sir.
Now, have you previously had the opportunity to testify as an expert in the field of canine handling based on your experience and your training in that field?
Yes, sir.
And can you say approximately how many times you testified as an expert in that field?
Several, maybe a dozen.
Okay. Has any court ever refused to qualify you as an expert in that field?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would pass for any more years to expertise at this point.
Any questions?
No question.
So, Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to have Sergeant Yant certified as a expert in the field of canine handling.
No objection.
All right. Qualified as an expert pursuant to MRE 72.
Now, hypothetically, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals, okay?
Yes, sir.
If, hypothetically, there was an enclosed space that had decomposing human tissue in it, that had been decomposing for some lengthy period of time, would that leave the sort of odor behind that Jameson might detect?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hypothetically, if there was just a drop of dried blood right here on this table, and that blood had been sitting there for some time, would that create the sort of odor that would cause Jameson to indicate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hypothetically, if let's say I died right here, would there be odors emanating from me that might make Jameson indicate the presence of human remains almost immediately?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you deploy Jameson in connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask about a couple of different situations. And I want to take you back to January 17th of 2022. On that particular day, did you go to a residence located at 19451 Greenfield in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
And at that residence, did you have Jameson with you?
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of walk us through what you did with Jameson at that residence?
So the first thing I do is I get briefed by detectives on scene. I do a safety walkthrough for two purposes. I walk through to make sure there's no pets, dogs running loose, cats, things like that. Also for safety reasons, in case there's any glass, any poisons. You know, sometimes there's rat poison or poisons like that, or cleaners in toilets, things like that. So I'm doing a safety check. And at the same time, I'm also getting a search strategy, getting the layout of the house, of how I'm going to search the house, formulating that before I even get the dog out of the vehicle. That's why I do the safety walkthrough of the target.
Okay. And did you ultimately take Jameson through the house?
Yes, sir.
And did Jameson make any sort of positive indications inside the house?
He did not.
Okay. And did you also participate in the search of a white Acura on January 2019? I'm sorry, January 19th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And was that located at the Woods Towing in Eastpointe?
Yes, sir.
And who else was there? I guess at the time that you were there.
I would have to refresh my memory off my report. There was somebody there that gave me access to the vehicle and was present for the search of that vehicle.
And did you draft a report about the searches that you did with Jameson in this case?
Yes, sir.
And if you took a look at that report, would that refresh your recollection as to who was at the vehicle search with you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
I'm handing you a copy of your report. Why don't you take a look at that and let me know when and if your recollection has been refreshed as to who you were with at the vehicle search.
Detective Sowers of Eastpointe PD.
Okay. And did you have Jameson with you at Woods Towing?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what you did in connection with Jameson in the search of that vehicle?
Yes, sir. So the same principle and the same technique that I use for target houses or target areas when we have that capability to do that. I go to the vehicle, I look at the vehicle, I open the vehicle up, make sure I'm looking for safety reasons, anything sharp, any broken glass, any needles, anything that could hurt the dog. Also, I completely open the vehicle up, open the trunks and open the doors. At that point, I get the dog out, basically air him out, and then what we do is, just like in the training that we talked about earlier, is I put a harness on Canine Jameson that cues him that, okay, now we're looking for the target odor that you've been trained, you've done hundreds of times. I put his harness on, and then we search the vehicle. In this particular case, he didn't give any positive indications for human remains in the passenger compartment of the vehicle, but he did get to the trunk of the vehicle, and he gave a positive indication on the lower left area of the trunk where there was some black clothing. It looked like a uniform. He also gave a positive indication for human remains on the side of the trunk, on the inside of the trunk, towards the back.
And did you, obviously you didn't physically observe any human remains in the trunk of the car, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it's fair to say. I take my light and I obviously look where his last place where his nose was, and I could not see anything.
Okay.
Anything obvious.
And did you also that same day participate in the sort of canvass of a particular area in Highland Park?
Yes, sir.
And did you have Jameson with you out in that area?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing, I guess, at that point?
We received information that was a potential area of where our missing person would be located. So we conducted a search. I also remember calling in one of my handlers to assist with the open area search. And Jameson was there to do things like houses or overgrown areas or potentially ground disturbance areas or things that had been dumped, because he can do that, dumpsters and things like that. So we searched I want to say it was about a 3-block area of land, houses. I remember a 3-story large abandoned building. We searched every square inch of that place as well. Just had a lot of debris and a lot of items in the building.
And did Jameson make any positive indications as you searched that area of Highland Park?
No, sir.
Okay, so the only positive indications were in the trunk of the car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask, hypothetically, based on your training and your experience as a K-9 handler, if a body had been in that trunk for just a short period of time, shortly after the person was deceased, could that lead to enough of an odor that Jameson might indicate on it?
I would say there would have to be some transfer of fluid.
Okay.
Yes, it is possible.
It is possible.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned your dog was trained to indicate on a certain sort of level of blood by parts per million. Can you explain that?
Yes, sir. So I've always been intrigued by what the dogs can indicate because they surprise you. They do great things, right? So I wanted to put a measurement on it, and I had been working with our laboratories on how to put a number. How could I measure what a dog that can locate trace blood evidence? How could I put a number on it to be able to, I was just fascinated. I was kind of obsessed with it, and so we came up with a process of diluting blood, measured blood, into water, and then we would basically see what the dog's capability was of locating a small threshold amount of blood, and we got to 1 parts per million. And if you know what 1 parts per million is, if you took the tip of your pen and you held it out, it's a speck on the tip of that pen.
Would that be visible to the naked eye?
No.
And if you, let's say I dropped blood into a glass of water, like a full drop of blood, there'd be some change to the water's composition, right?
Yes, sir.
You'd be able to see it slowly turn red to some extent.
Yes, sir.
How about with 1 part per million? Is there any, to the human eye, would you be able to see any change? And, but Jameson can still detect just that small amount?
Yes, sir. Not only that amount that is freshly placed out, we did it aged 2 weeks. We did 1 parts per million that was aged out 2 weeks old.
And when you talk about transfer of fluid when it comes to your cadaver dog, are you talking specifically about blood?
Yes, sir.
Is Jameson trained to indicate on saliva?
Not specifically.
Okay. Any other body fluid that Jameson is trained to indicate on?
Not specifically anything other than blood as far as fluids.
Okay. And I guess in my hypothetical that I posed earlier, if let's say again, if I were to suddenly die right here, would there be sort of immediate odors that might be indicatable by Jameson?
Well, I'm not a pathologist, but from my understanding over 20 years of doing this, my understanding from the industry is as soon as a human body dies, the cells die with it. And that's how we're able to locate victims in water, is the cells die and they put off a gas, and then that's what the dogs are trained to detect. So once you die, your cells die, and they're dying, they're gassing off immediately.
Okay. And so even without blood being present or outside of my body, there might still be an odor that would be detectable. Is that fair to say? Is that correct, or?
Can you say that again?
So, maybe to make this less about me, if somebody hypothetically passes away, and there's no blood, no body fluid, would their body start emitting that gas that you described based on your training and your experience in this field?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so hypothetically, again, would it be possible if someone had been in the trunk of that car even without bleeding and had been dead, would it be possible for there to be odors left behind indicating the presence of human remains?
That's a good question. What I think would be more possible is there would be such a small amount of blood that's what the dog would be indicating on.
Okay. And so small that you might not be able to see that with your naked eye, right?
See it with the naked eye, or you could potentially miss it with search techniques as well.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Councilman Medici?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, Jameson was certified through Michigan State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It'll be a fair statement that there is no third-party agency who certifies these dogs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And there's not a universal standard as which you can compare to see whether or not Jameson is properly qualified to be a cadaver dog, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Are you saying that there's a universal standard?
There is there's associations out there that have some standards. The USPCA, NAPWADA. There's also NASAR. There are some associations out there that have a standard.
Okay.
But they're
So you're saying that there is a universal standard? Is that what you're saying?
no, they're not universal. There's other standards.
Okay. And that would go to cadaver dogs, dogs who sniff for narcotics, explosive, accelerants, etc.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to be clear, there is no universal standard for which you can compare your dog to see whether or not it's qualified, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, has Jameson ever give false positives?
No, sir.
Okay, never?
Never.
Okay. Now, in a situation where Jameson were to detect on a particular area and you yourself didn't see it, or if you use other methods of detection and they did not come up, how would you be able to verify whether or not Jameson's detection was actually accurate?
That's a good question. You'd have to use equipment. You'd have to use equipment, or in training, we know there's a source. We know that there's a source there. We place the source.
Okay.
Okay.
In the real world, when you don't know whether or not there's a source there, Jameson detects on a particular area. You yourself can't see it. Other methods of detection are used, but it does not come up with any evidence. Under those situations, how would you know whether or not Jameson did not give a false positive?
Because I'm relying on his training and the experience of the canine. He doesn't do that.
Oh, he doesn't do that. But if somebody were to come behind you and try to detect and nothing came up, you just determine that they're wrong and Jameson is correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this particular situation, did you verify after the detection of Jameson whether or not something was discovered in the area that Jameson indicated on?
I had followed up a short time later, and I believe they were still going through the items of the trunk.
Okay. And as far as you know, there was no evidence of bodily fluids that were found in that particular trunk, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Jameson is qualified to detect 1/1,000,000th of blood in particular water. Now, let me ask you, how were you able to, measure 1/1,000,000th of a particle of blood?
I did not do that personally. A qualified person from the laboratory did that.
Okay. Now, isn't it true at the preliminary examination you indicated that Jameson allegedly could do all the way down to 1 part per 12,000?
I don't recall that specifically. I may have.
Okay, page 196.
And what was the date of that, sir?
The date of that would be August the 9th of 2023. We tried to, line 10. We try to hit all the spectrums. We try and hit fresh blood. So we try to use fresh blood. We try to use aged blood. And then we try to vary amounts to do all the way down to 1 part per 12,000, which is less than a pinhead.
Yes.
Remember stating that?
Yes, sir, and that is because during that process in that program, that's where we were at.
So now you're saying that he's more qualified now. You see, now he went from 12,000 to 1 million? Is that what you're saying?
We were measuring that. We were measuring it at the time. That's where we were at in our measurements.
Okay, but today you testified that Jamison allegedly can detect all the way down to 1 part of 1 million, correct?
Yes, that's where he's at.
So he's changed, correct? As far as his being able to detect, he's gotten that much better?
From us knowing what he can detect.
Okay, so you're saying that since August 9th of 2023, at that particular date, Jamison was detecting 1 part per 12,000, correct?
At the minimum.
At the minimum. And now you're saying today that he is detecting 1 part per 1 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could it be that you're mistaken? Because you used the same analogy at the preliminary examination that the pinhead that you used today.
1 parts per 12,000 is a pinhead.
Okay.
It's just a bigger portion of the pinhead.
Less than you used less than a pinhead.
It'll take up more space. 1 part per 12,000 would take up more space on a pinhead, but 1 parts per million would take up lesser space on a pinhead.
And did you submit any documentation to substantiate that Jamison can now detect 1 part of 1 millionth?
Yes, sir. It's in the training dailies. It should be in our training dailies that we document. And this is the thing with canine training is you're constantly evolving and measuring and pushing the dogs, pushing the envelopes of the dogs. And it's just August of 23 was just earlier in his career.
Okay, so within less than a year, he's gotten almost 10 times better as far as his ability to detect blood?
I wouldn't say that it's better, like he's gotten better. It was us being able to measure him. We were going through a process of measuring what they could detect. Okay. So as time went on, we decrease that threshold to see what the canine could detect. It just happened on August of 23. We were at 1 parts per 12,000.
What date did he get to 1 part per 1 million?
I would have to look in the training documents.
Do you have that information?
I do not have them. I submitted. I don't have them.
Okay.
If you can get them, I can get those.
Okay. When was the last time you reviewed those?
My training dailies?
Yes.
Well, I'm on light duty right now, so I've been injured. I had major shoulder surgery, so right now I've been kind of out of that loop right now.
And when did that date take an effect that you were out of that particular field?
Well, I'm still in the field, but the status had changed in January of 23, mid-January. I'm estimating that.
January of 23 or January of 24?
I'm sorry, January 24. January,
okay.
Thank you.
So you stopped in January of 24, correct? So you're saying between August of 2023 and January of 2024, which is roughly 3 months, within that time frame, Jamison went from being able to detect 1 part per 12,000 to 1 part per 1 million?
Yes, sir.
In those 3 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you don't know which month it was, correct?
I don't, not off the top of my head. I have to review my dailies to see those specific.
And you didn't bring those with you in preparation of testifying today?
I submitted those months ago shortly after the prelim. You requested those and I submitted those.
Now, Jamison's he's unable to detect the manner or cause of somebody's death. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He just is trained to detect bodily fluids or the gases that the body lets off after it's deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when the prosecutor gave an example of somebody, you know, say if they died right here and there, right now,
Yes, sir.
in this very courtroom, their body would be letting off gases, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Jamison, he would be able to detect that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and even if there's no blood, correct? He would be able to detect the gases. That'd be correct, right?
That's what he's indicating off of is the gases off the body. There's a source there.
The gases, okay.
The source would be the body,
Okay.
and that's where the gases would be coming from.
Okay, so for one, you don't know whether or not if Jamison indicated if in fact there was actually bodily fluids in that particular area, correct?
I mean, I don't want to argue with you, but I believe that there was human blood in that trunk, and that's what he indicated.
Right. You believe it,
because
but
there was no body in there.
okay, but you don't have any supporting evidence or analysis that would confirm that indication, correct?
I would say the 20 years of experience, and then this last part of training where we're measuring the blood, the trace amounts of blood, leaves me to believe that that's what he is indicating.
Okay. So you're saying Jamison is 100% accurate every single time?
I wouldn't say he's 100%. No dogs are 100%. They're dogs. They do dog things. He's not perfect.
Okay.
You know, but when it comes to when we're working, his harness is on, and he is a very sharp canine.
And that I don't doubt. I don't doubt that. Well, my question is, because you indicated that, or you testified to that, even though there was no supporting evidence through analysis from collection of DNA, from items recovered from the truck, that would indicate there was a presence of bodily fluids, you stated that you still have confidence that in that particular indication that Jamison was correct, right?
I'm very confident, yes, sir.
You're very confident, but you're not positive, right? You couldn't guarantee that. Would that be a fair statement?
If I didn't think there was anything there, I wouldn't waste the crime lab and the investigators' time in calling those areas. He gave a distinct final response that he's done hundreds of times. He doesn't do it on food, doesn't do it on anything, doesn't do it on other animals. We proof them off of other animals and other animal remains. That I'm very sure.
Okay. And you called the crime lab, correct?
I did not.
They were contacted, correct?
Through the detective. I let the detective know.
Okay.
And,
and is your understanding that the crime lab came out and processed that particular vehicle in that particular area to determine whether or not there was evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, has Jamison ever had a false positive during his training?
No, sir.
Even during training?
Even during training.
So the first day you ever took Jamison out, he never had a false positive?
Well, for one, he didn't know anything. We had to teach him how to sit. He didn't have an opportunity. And so I would put it that way. He really never had an opportunity to give a false positive.
Okay. But at some point in time, after he learned how to sit, you then introduced him to odors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're saying that when that initial time where you introduced him to odors, from that time forward, there was never a false positive that Jamison indicated on?
I can honestly say, I'll tell you the worst thing that he did.
No, that's not my question.
What is your definition of a false positive?
A false positive is indicating on the presence of an odor of a substance when it is not there.
And I can honestly say he has not done that.
In training at all?
He has not. I've had dogs do that. I've had every other dog. I've had 12 other dogs that have done that.
So Jamison, is this the best dog ever in the history of
I've seen
cadaver
thousands
dogs?
of dogs work, and I've certified dogs all over the world, and I'm not. He has done a pretty good job.
it sounds like he does not just a pretty good job, but if he's never had a false positive, then that would be an excellent job, a perfect job, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated, you testified that usually when the substance is, they sit. You stated that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you use the word usually, are there times where they don't sit?
There's times on a boat when they're on the water where, so we're on these flat bottom duck boats, and we're given an area to search on the water, and the dog will be on the boat, and he's just sitting here like this, like you and I were sitting here, right? And then all of a sudden he'll pop up, and he'll start doing what we call a bracket. So it's like he's back and forth working odor, like frantically, almost like he took his tennis ball and threw it in the water. And he'll do these things we call bracketing. And so those are times when I've had the dog not sit on the boat. In my theory is that what happens is they get odor, and they think because of the land searches they can get to source, but in the water they can't get to source, and sometimes they won't give the final response because they're like, Dad, get me closer. And so we'll work these patterns, right? And when we get out of a certain area, he'll stop doing the bracketing, and then we go back in and he does the bracketing. So that's one of the few times where he doesn't give that nice, pretty final response. But his behavior is not what it is.
Okay.
And when we mark those areas, we let the dive team know, hey, we've got some indications in this area. The dive team will go in and dive, and that's usually where the body is.
Usually when that's the body. So there's been situations where the body hasn't been there, correct?
It's situations more that the divers miss the body. I've had it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had them actually miss their sonar. They have these very expensive sonars that they'll use, and they're not coming up with anything, and we'll put the dog on the boat, and the dog will hit, and sometimes they will miss locating the body.
And how are you able to attribute them missing the body versus the dog being able to or indicating incorrectly?
What happens is they'll come out like the next day, and the body will be like floating right there in that area where we told them these indications were, and
okay.
things
But
like that.
It'll be fair that bodies in water, they don't stay in the same place, correct?
They do when they initially go down. When a body initially goes down, after they drown, they go down, right? And so, right when you die, you're gassing off. Like this is that your cells die, you start to gas off, and usually, and it depends on what the person's age, it depends on their body mass index, temperature of water. After it's usually like 7 to 10 days, the body will start to float because of those gases that are building up.
Okay, and it would depend on what type of body of water they're in, the current.
You have the depth, the current, the temperatures.
Okay, but it would be fair to say that a body, if it falls in the water, is not going to rise in the exact same location that it went. It may be 15 feet downstream, it may be 100 feet downstream, it may be in a whole nother area. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
That is possible.
Okay, so if you come back the next day and the body is in a particular area, you can't definitively say if that body was in that particular area the day before. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
It's semi-fair. If you're in an unprotected area, it's a semi.
You said unprotected area?
Yeah, it's in a protected area where there's no current and there's no wind, or the body would just come up.
That would be in a perfect situation where there's no wind, there's no current, then possibly the body would rise in the exact same location that you intended to be in, correct?
That's correct. And I've had them located, like, I've had bodies get trapped under logs, and they miss them under logs, like, because they're down there, they can't see, they're using their hands, they're down 20 feet searching, right?
Okay.
And They miss it on one day, and then the new guy that's motivated to search, he comes and search, and he starts moving logs. Oh, there it is, and it's like, okay, dog was right.
So you're saying that sometimes that there are inadequate searches that are being performed by?
I wouldn't say that at all. I would just say that there are searches that are done, and they redo their searches. That's all.
Okay. One of the ways of verifying whether or not an indication is correct as far as bodily fluid would be to send it to a lab, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And actually, that'll probably be the only way to truly verify it without assuming that the dog is correct. That'd be a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're stating that in those particular incidences where the evidence is sent to a lab and it yields a negative result, you would still have 100% confidence in Jamison despite trained professionals analyzing and determining that there is no evidence. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say 100%, but I would lean more towards that there was something there. Based on Jameson, I've never had this happen. I've never had that happen, and I would just lean towards.
Do you follow up every single time that Jameson makes an indication on a particular area?
Yes.
100% of the time, if you don't see evidence with your own eyes, if Jameson indicates, you always follow up with the lab to see whether or not there was evidence that was collected, correct?
I don't call the lab, I call the investigator. I go through the investigator.
Investigator?
Yes.
Okay. So 100 out of 100 times, you always find out the result of that particular analysis. Is that correct?
I hate to say 100%.
Because you said it never happens. You said it never happens where Jameson indicates on a particular area and it will not yield evidence.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if that's happened with Jameson, and I had a search where he hit on the floor. I followed up. They found blood there on the floor under the flooring. I follow up every single time.
Okay.
He's new in his career, so there wouldn't be as many.
Okay. We're talking about, I didn't mean to cut you off, but in incidences where Jameson indicated on a particular area, was there ever a situation where you checked in with the investigator or the expert who analyzed it, whomever, and determined, and they let you know that there was no bodily fluids or DNA that was actually collected?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember that happening. But he has not had that. I mean, the ones that stand out are the ones that they did locate.
Okay. In this particular case, Jameson allegedly indicated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, there was no DNA found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you do remember this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
But yet you didn't cite this particular case when I asked you whether or not it happened. You said you don't remember, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Will you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. In this particular case, would it reinforce your opinion that something was in that trunk if you had heard that someone admitted there was a body in that trunk?
Absolutely.
And did you hear that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why you didn't see this as a case of a potential false positive?
Objection, please.
Want to rephrase the question?
Did you see this case as a case of a potential false positive?
No, sir.
Why not?
The totality of all the information and the way he indicated, just the information and everything, and that's why. And his training and his past performance.
I want to just clarify this issue about the parts per 12,000 versus parts per million. So back in August of 23, when you testified at that point, is it correct that you had only tested to the threshold of 1 part per 12,000.
Yes, sir.
You hadn't tested Jameson to the threshold of 1 part per 12 million at that
That's
point,
correct. Yes, sir.
And so you don't know whether Jameson was able to detect above the 1 part per 12,000 threshold because you hadn't tested beyond that threshold, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
But subsequently, you've tested all the way up to 1 part per 1 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's one other question I forgot to ask in my initial questioning. Is it feasible to use a cadaver dog to search for human remains in a landfill?
It's not. I've done it and almost killed my dog, or I made the dog very sick. It's not feasible. No.
Okay. What are the limitations of being able to use a cadaver dog in a landfill?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this goes beyond the scope of cross.
And to be fair, yeah, I just forgot to ask this question, but he's here.
But I'll also allow some more cross-examination. Go ahead.
What are the sort of limitations with being able to use a cadaver dog to search for human remains in a landfill?
It's dangerous for the dog. It's dangerous for the handler. There's gases. There's gases that are both methane gases, poisonous gases, and those things is people throw their garbage away. Right, it breaks down and it gives off dangerous gases, and we don't do that.
Okay, thank you.
And Sergeant, how many times have you used the dog at a landfill?
That's a good question. Maybe 3 or 4 times.
Maybe 3 or 4 times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it the same dog?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that it could be dangerous for the dog and for the handler, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because of the gases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are these the same dogs who are trained to detect accelerants?
No, sir.
Okay.
They're a single purpose dog. All they detect is human remains and nothing else.
Okay. Would it be fair that some dogs are trained to detect accelerants, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and accelerants can have harmful chemicals. That'd be a fair statement?
Not the same as what's on a landfill. Those are poisonous gases.
So you're saying that accelerants are not poisonous gases?
Well, you can put gas in your lawnmower and you can smell the gas and it's not going to make you sick, but you could go on a landfill and it'll make your dog
So if a person were to be in a room with gas fumes, that wouldn't be harmful to them?
Are you talking about gasoline?
You said
Like
gasoline.
accelerant dog?
Yeah, gasoline, yes.
No, that's not for a short time while you're searching. I mean, then I guess we wouldn't search garages and sheds, things like that. But landfills are different. There's raw material. People throw their stuff away and it breaks down. That's what's creating the poisonous gases.
And did the dog are you saying this out of an abundance of caution, or did the dog, when you performed this particular search, actually had some adverse effects?
The dog had adverse effects. I had 2 dogs that did that. And they had adverse effects.
If you could describe what the effects were.
I got very lethargic, almost would lay down, and vomit, diarrhea.
And that's the same with all the dogs exhibit those same symptoms?
I wouldn't say every dog, but it happened to me. It happened to my dog. It happened to my first cadaver dog, Storm, and it happened to my second cadaver dog, Lightning. They both exhibited similar. It's definitely not healthy, and the one I got sick. I felt sick.
Okay, and out of the searches that you did conduct, were those the only 2 dogs that were used?
Yes, we were looking for the Skelton boys down in Morenci, the 3 Skelton boys that were missing. So we.
And how long were you out there for?
It's been so long. We worked that case several days. and went into Ohio. We
Okay.
did a lot of land and a lot of areas. It was,
And did the dogs immediately start to exhibit those symptoms, or was it after a period of time?
I don't think it was immediate,
Okay.
but it was enough to know don't go back on the landfills.
Okay, just give us an estimate if you remember.
It's been so long, it's hard for me to remember how long we were up there searching.
Okay, was it a long time? Was it a short time? Were you out there for like multiple hours? 10 hours possibly?
Out on land? No, I really don't remember that. It's been so long. We were out there searching, and maybe an hour or less, and then the dog started exhibiting signs
Okay.
of.
So if there's a request given by a particular agency to bring a cadaver dog to a landfill, you would reject that request?
Yes, for the safety of the dog, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? All right, Brooks. Are false positives common with cadaver dogs specifically?
I'm sorry, sir.
Are false positives common with cadaver dogs?
False positive. No, sir.
What happened to the clothes in the trunk? This is black clothes that look like the uniform.
What happened to the clothes?
If you know.
I don't know what happened. I turned it over to the detective, and I don't know.
Okay. Any follow-up questions based on those answers?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Now, as far as false positive, saying that's being uncommon with cadaver dogs, is that just on your personal knowledge of the dogs that you personally trained or handled?
I guess in my ecosystem, yes, it's from what there's not a lot of false positives.
But there are some.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. You can step in.
Thank you.
We're going to take about a 5-10 minute break. We can go down and take. All right, the jury.
Recording stopped.
Be seated.
All right, you've been listening to day 2 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier in the disappearance of Zion Foster. She disappeared in January of 2022. We just finished hearing testimony from Sergeant David Yant with the MSP K-9 unit, which uses cadaver dogs to detect and discover human remains. He did testify that he went to Jaylin's home on January 17th in 2022 to help with the search. Now, his cadaver dog did not make any positive indications inside that home, but once they went outside to Jaylin's 2005 white Acura, they did make positive indications in the back of his trunk for human remains on the inside of that trunk. Now, Sergeant Yount says that he did not physically observe any evidence himself, but it was detected by the cadaver dog. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll have more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now Detroit. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod. We are continuing our coverage of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier, who was the cousin of Zion Foster, who disappeared in January of 2022. We've heard from several witnesses today, one of them being Jason Chambers, a special agent with the FBI who executed a search warrant at Jaylin Brazier's home just 12 days after Zion disappeared on January 17th. That is when that search took place. He found multiple pieces of evidence, and they showed that evidence on video during court today. Take a look.
Of this particular residence.
It's along the left side of the house here.
Okay. And if we look at page 2, what does that show us?
This is the front door of the residence.
Okay. And when you're searching a residence with multiple areas, multiple rooms, is there a way that you keep things organized when you're conducting a search?
Yes. So we will label each room, or to the best of our ability, with letters. And so we'll actually take a piece of paper with a letter written on it and tape it to the wall so that everybody knows this room is room A, this room is room B, etc.
Okay, and then when we go to page 3, which label was given to this particular room?
So this is room A, and there's the label that I just described.
And what room is room A?
It's the front entrance living area.
Okay. And page 4, does this give a sort of a broader view of that room?
Yeah, this is the same room, just looking from the opposite side of the room.
Okay. And how about page 5?
This is one of the couches in that same room.
Okay. And what does page 6 depict?
This is one of the items of evidence that we collected. So when we collect items of evidence, we will take photos of that item in place before it's collected, and then we might take more pictures of it later as well. But this is a in-place documentation of what I believe is the tablet that we collected.
Okay. And is that evidence like tablets or phones, are those collected for possible future forensic extraction and processing?
That's correct.
And that's not something that you would actually do yourself, correct? That would be somebody else that would handle that?
That is correct.
Okay. And then page 7, is that just the other side of that particular tablet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And how about page 8? What are we looking at here?
This is the television entertainment center in that same room A.
Okay. And how about page 9?
This is another view of that same room. From that opposite side, you can see the front door, main entrance on the right.
Okay. And so this area right here, this would just be right above is that the main couch in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to briefly publish what's been admitted as Exhibit 11. Have you seen this particular exhibit before?
I have not.
Okay. Does just in looking at this area, does that look at all kind of familiar to you?
It appears to be consistent.
Judge, I'm not asking him to speculate. He stated he's never seen this particular exhibit before, so he's asking him to speculate.
And I'm not asking you to speculate, but just does that area look familiar to you based on your prior presence on scene at the Greenfield residence?
It does.
Okay. And if we keep going through these photos, page 10 of Exhibit 23, is this just another view of the living room?
It is.
And how about page 11?
This is, again, same room. This is the little coffee table stand on the other side of the couch that we just saw.
Okay, and does page 12 give us a closer up view of that table?
It does.
And how about page 13? What does this show?
This is a photo of the iPhone that we collected.
Okay, and the the little object right next to the phone, right below it, what's that?
That's the place, or the memory chip for the phone.
Okay. And page 14, is that just the other side of the phone?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, you've just been listening to testimony from Special Agent Jason Chambers. It looks like we have movement back in the courtroom. We're going to take you there now.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give before this court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please take your seat at the witness stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
You'll be asked a series of questions. Please wait till each question is fully asked before you respond. We can only have one person talking at a time. Please try to avoid our natural tendency for nonverbal answers such as shrugs of the shoulder, nods of the head, as well as ahas and ahas, because those don't translate into the record. If there's an objection, please stop talking until it's resolved. Please keep your voice up and please state your name and spell.
My name is Shannon Jones, SHANNON, Jones, JONES.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. What do you currently do for a living?
I'm currently employed with the City of Detroit Police Department. I'm assigned to the Homicide Missing Persons Department.
And how long have you been a police officer with the Detroit Police Department?
I started in 2000, so I'm working on coming up to 24 years.
And what is your what's your current role in connection with homicide and missing persons?
So currently I work missing persons, and we review cases where they're not your normal somebody that left or somebody with dementia. This is going to be a person who is missing from a home that we believe are in trouble or something has happened, and we're possibly going to be making a recovery of that person.
And what's your current rank in terms of your position with missing persons?
I'm a sergeant.
As part of your role with missing persons, did you have some role in connection with the disappearance of the investigation into the disappearance of Zion Foster?
Yes, sir.
And approximately what day did you first become involved in the investigation?
I believe the first day that we started becoming involved was around January 17, 18th. There had been some different news stories that went out, and possibly this young girl had been missing in Detroit. Whenever that's the case, it's kind of like asked of our team if there's anything that we've been asked to, and we reach out to the other agency. At that time was Eastpointe.
Okay. And at some point, did you have contact with an attorney that purported to represent Jaylin Brazier?
Yes, sir.
And what was the nature of that sort of contact? Obviously, without getting into anything specific the attorney said, but what was the purpose of that contact?
The contact was that Mr. Gary Jones, who was the attorney representing him at that time, had reached out and stated that he had a client that wanted to come in and talk about the missing person that's been on the news, Zion Foster.
Okay. And Gary Jones, you mentioned, was he an attorney that you were familiar with?
Yes.
And is Mr. Jones, as far as you're aware, still with us?
No, sir. Mr. Jones has passed away.
Okay. And did at some point did you ultimately sit down with Mr. Brazier and take a statement from him?
Yes.
And was that on January 19th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And where was that statement taken?
That was taken at the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters, which is where I'm based out of, at 1301 3rd Street.
Okay. And when I say Mr. Brazier, do you happen to see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting at the defense table next to his counsel. He's wearing a blue suit. He's got a blue tie and a blue undershirt and black shoes.
Thank you. If the record could reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Sure.
Do you remember what time of day the statement was taken?
I remember it was late in the evening. We had been later in the evening. It wasn't during the daytime. We had waited for him to possibly show on the 18th. That didn't happen, but then on the 19th is when we ended up talking to him. It was, I don't have the exact time, but I know that it was probably after 5, 6 o'clock.
Okay. And when you initially sat down with Mr. Brazier, who was present for that initial conversation? Was it just you and him, or was anybody else there?
It was myself, him, and there was a detective that came from Eastpointe, Detective Reinhold.
And did you advise Mr. Brazier of anything before speaking with him?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 38. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
What is proposed Exhibit 38?
So this exhibit is our department form of our constitutional rights that we read to somebody before we conduct interrogation.
Okay, and are those commonly known as the Miranda rights?
Yes.
And can you just read that form for us, please?
Sure. So the form at the top is Constitutional Rights Certificate of Notification, and it reads as follows. I understand that, 1, I have a right to remain silent and that I do not have to answer any questions put to me or make any statements.
And was there any indication from Mr. Brazier as to whether he understood that right?
Yes, so after each right, there are initials that Mr. Brazier made.
Okay. And what's the next right after that?
Number 2 is any statement I make or anything I say will be used against me in a court of law.
And did Mr. Brazier indicate that he understood that right as well?
Yes, sir, he initialed there as well.
And what's the next right?
Number 3, I have the right to an attorney, lawyer, present before and during the time I answer any questions or make any statement.
And did Mr. Brazier indicate whether he understood that right?
Yes, he did as well.
And what's the next right?
Number 4, if I cannot afford an attorney or lawyer, one will be appointed for me without cost by the court prior to any question.
And did Mr. Brazier indicate that he understood that right?
Yes.
And what does the form go on to say from there?
Number 5 says I can decide at any time to exercise my rights and not answer any questions or make any statement, and it also has his initials that he understood that right.
Okay. And is there anything further that the form reflects?
Yes. So underneath, after that part, it reads, I understand that these are my rights under the law. I have not been threatened or promised anything, and I now desire and agree to answer any questions put to me or to make a statement. There's then a place where there's a signature. Mr. Brazier signed that, dated it, and he also indicated the time on there, which was 9 p.m. On here as well, there's 3 boxes that you check depending on which one is applicable. Did you want me to?
Yes, if you could describe that.
Okay. So the first box is this certificate of notification was read to the suspect and he or she had an opportunity to read it. Further, the suspect was given an opportunity to ask any questions that he or she might have concerning the certificate and his or her rights. The suspect, the next box would be, the suspect is illiterate. He or she has the rights under the law as defined above, explained to him or her, and has agreed to answer questions or make a statement. So neither of those boxes were checked. The final box is the one that was checked, which reads, the suspect can read and write. The rights as defined above have been explained to him or her, and she has agreed to make a voluntary statement, but has refused to sign the certificate.
Okay. And that form that you're handing that's been marked as proposed Exhibit 38, is that a copy of the form that you had in the interview room with Mr. Brazier back on January 19th, 2022?
It appears to be a copy, yes.
And would you say that's a fair and accurate copy?
Yes.
And that has his signature on it?
Yes.
And his initials?
He did end up signing, yes.
Okay. I would ask to admit proposed Exhibit 38, Your Honor.
No objection. Ready to admit it?
Now, did you eventually take a statement from Mr. Brazier?
Yes, sir.
And before taking that statement, did anybody else arrive into the interview room with you?
Yeah, so after his rights were read, he did request that he would make the statement, but that he wanted to wait for his attorney, Mr. Jones.
Okay, and did
to
you honor
arrive,
that? Did
and-
you honor that request?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so Mr. Jones was there before you started asking questions. Would that be right?
Yes.
Now, before you started asking Mr. Brazier questions, were there any sort of threats that you made to him to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Were there any sort of promises that you made to Mr. Brazier to induce him to make a statement?
No, there was not.
Was there any sort of force used on Mr. Brazier to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Was there any sort of coercion or trickery that was used on Mr. Brazier to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Brazier had been deprived of any sort of necessary medication before he agreed to make the statement?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that he had been deprived of adequate sleep before he agreed to make the statement?
No, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe that he had been deprived of adequate food or water before he agreed to make the statement?
No, sir.
And in your experience in law enforcement, going on 25 years now, have you had the occasion to observe people who are under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances?
Yes.
And you sort of know what signs to look for to see if somebody is intoxicated?
Correct.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Brazier was intoxicated before he agreed to make the statement?
None at all.
Okay. Was the statement that you took from him in the presence of Mr. Jones, was that something that was ultimately video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will pass at this time if there's any voir dire to the voluntariness statement.
No questions?
Thank you. I am holding what has been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 39. Is it your understanding that the recording of the statement is contained on this disc?
Yes, sir.
And other than content that might not be relevant or admissible in court, is it your understanding that this is a fair and accurate reflection of the statement, other than, I would say, redaction for content that's not admissible in court?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Proposed Exhibit 39.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
And just a heads up for the court, it's a little over about an hour and 15 minutes, so the plan is to start this this afternoon and then complete it tomorrow morning, if that's
Sure.
okay.
Yep, absolutely.
And I'm going to start the video. And Sergeant Jones, Gary Jones, is he any relation to you?
No, sir.
Oh, just a common last name, obviously.
Yeah.
Alright, so Gary, I have to vouch for this. I'm not in the room, so I'm not going to anybody hear me. This is recorded.
I understand.
Okay, and so stopping the video at 15 seconds into it, is this the interview room where the statement was taken?
Yes, sir.
And this is at the Detroit Police Department headquarters?
Yes.
And the people that we're seeing in the room right now, who are they?
So sitting in the corner is Mr. Brazier. Standing here is Mr. Jones. And the person that walked him in, that was Sergeant Todd Eby, that worked at Homicide as well.
Okay. And I'm just going to skip ahead to about a minute and 38 seconds into the video.
Oh no. I put my mask on for her safety, the officer's safety. Put my mask on, so. Okay.
And is this you and Detective Reinhold that had just walked in?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can I plug my phone? from the foot?
Yeah, I got it out up here, just hand it to me.
You got the iron band on. How are you, sir?
Good, I'm Detective Reinhold.
Reinhold.
I talked to you on the phone.
Reinhold, damn. So much for that. I got you. I don't know about opening that one up.
Don't open it up yet.
Yeah, let that simmer for a little bit.
Yeah. You spoke to me on the phone. I'm surprised we're in here today. I thought we were going to be here yesterday.
What? We're here. Now. All right. You okay?
Yeah.
I understand you're gonna kind of give us a layout of what you know about Yant?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we start with the last time that you've seen her or were around her or with her?
Now, are you going to take this down first?
We're gonna listen and then I'm gonna take it down.
Last time I saw her was Tuesday. She asked to hang out.
Tuesday, what day?
The 4th? Yeah.
Tuesday, January 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
She asked to hang out. She'll, smoke and everything.
How did she ask?
She had texted me.
Text you?
Yes.
Okay.
We came over to my place, just chilling and everything, smoked, watching YouTube.
How did you get over there?
In my car.
Okay, so just imagine like you're writing a book or something. Explain to me, like, how did she get there? Like, you picked her up or she got dropped off?
I picked her up.
Okay.
Then we got to my place, just chilling, watching real easy, some YouTube and everything.
Okay.
We smoked. I do smoke marijuana.
Okay.
We were smoking, kicking it, just basically the normal thing. For about 2 hours, I'd say, just relaxing. Around the time it was time for her to go home, I went into my kitchen, I was getting some things to drink, and I came back into the living room, and she was saying how she's tired, and she sat back down for a minute, laid her head back. So I'm like, okay, because, it's not unusual when smoking, you get fatigued, you want to sit, either eat or, go to sleep. So I gave her a couple minutes, whatever, I'll say about 20 minutes. And I went to go shake her, and I'm like, hey, all right, are you ready to go? And she wasn't, responsive, she wasn't anything. So I went to go check her, heartbeat and everything. And it was slow, and her breathing wasn't, normal. It was very, super, super faint. And I freaked out. So what I did, I took her. After that, I waited a little bit, waited 10 more minutes. And it was still, it sounded like it was creating more pain, or I don't know what was going on with her body, but her heartbeat was getting very, very faint, and her breathing was non-existent. So, and mind you,
How long have I been vaccinated, you guys?
Okay. All I smoked, all we had was weed, normal marijuana. So I freaked out. I'm like, okay, well, this looks terrible. This looks very bad. I didn't know what to do. So I took her, I put her into my trunk, and I put her in my trunk.
Okay.
In my car. And I took her to Highland Park and put her inside of a trash can, and then I left.
Hey, where did you, you said you picked her up, where did you pick her up from?
Her house.
Okay, in, Eastpointe?
Yes.
Okay. So you pick her up in Eastpointe, you go back to your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She's in Detroit.
The Greenfield address?
Yes.
Okay. And then she was, where was she, you guys were smoking where?
On my couch.
Oh, just on the couch of the
Yes, in the living room.
Okay, living room? Okay. And then you guys were just smoking weed?
Yes. That's
and then did she hit you up to smoke weed on the hours?
She hit me up on New Year's, saying Happy New Year's and everything.
Okay.
Let's talk about, getting together.
Yep.
That was like watching TV, just usual get together stuff.
Right.
Just videos to each other and everything.
So you guys are in the living room just smoking and she's on the couch, and then walk me through the minute. So she's on the couch. She doesn't have.
She's getting tired, feeling tired. So I went into the kitchen, gave her something to drink. I was like, okay, are you ready? Okay. And she was laying her head back like that. I was like, all right, so I think she might take a nap or whatever. Right. Then I'd say about 10 to 15 minutes after that, after Mitch's saying, okay, lay her head back, she's going to sleep out soon. Yep. I would go wake her up like, hey, are you ready to go? And she was wasn't like responding to anything I was doing. Like at one point, I just shook her like this, like, "Hey, are you okay? Are you good?"
Yep.
And I got to be normal.
So did she bring the marijuana, or did you already?
I own. She also had her own. She brought her own. It's kind of like basement, basically.
But there was nothing else.
No.
Okay. And then you were shaking her. Did you grab her by the shoulders, or how?
It's not her arms, here.
Okay, just the arms, and then she wanted to be responsive. Okay. And then what did you do? So you said like 10 minutes later or something like that. What did you do after that?
I assumed she was dead.
Okay.
Because, you know, that's what it looks like. I freaked out, and basically immediately after that, I put her into my trunk, and I moved her. So I was like, okay, this looks as if I just killed somebody or something, you know? And I moved her body, took it to Highland Park. Set her inside of this trash can over there.
Did you just like grab her off the couch where she was, or was she in anything, or?
Just as she was.
Okay, just as she was. And then you took her to Highland Park somewhere?
Yes.
Do you have any idea where?
I know how to get there in the complex there. Little Caesars is a little, I don't know what the stores are, but it's like right there. I think.
Is there a Burger King there?
Oh, Wendy's across the street.
Yeah, that's on the.
That's a Burger King.
I think that's on the other side. You turn right on Woodward. The Little Caesars is on your left, and then you turn down the street on the right.
Yes.
And was it like the first street, second street?
It was where the gas station is. You know, there's the gas station. There's the Little Caesars here. The left turn right there is the street that I was on, and there's a trash can right there.
What kind of trash can?
There's the normal, they call the green trash cans.
Like a green trash can that you have at your house that you wheel out to the curb, or like a trash can that a business has?
I would say that's probably a business trash can.
So it's about how big?
Probably like 2 times the size of the stadium.
Okay, and what color was it?
Green.
It was green?
Yes.
Light green, dark green, do you remember?
I believe it's light green.
Okay, and was it on your right side or your left side?
My left.
On your left when you went down the street?
Yes.
So if you turn right south on Woodward, you know, you got the gas station on your left. Little Caesars is on the end.
That's straight after that left there.
So did you turn between the gas station and Little Caesars?
Yes.
In that little street, you turn left?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's someone right in that lot?
Yep.
Okay. Were you guys, I mean, was there any other plan or anything when you were there? I mean, you were just going to get her, come back, just smoke weed or something like
Yeah,
that?
it's plans to chill out, take her back home, and that was supposed to be it.
And it, I mean, because you've hung out before, right? And then I think her friend.
One time I had, the last time previous before that I seen her, she came to do my girlfriend's hair.
Yep.
And before that was at least a year prior. She gave me $20 to take her to her boyfriend's house. And before that, around that same time, I took her and her friend Alima to a skating rink. This is, I would say, 2019 or 2020.
Okay.
But the most recent is May, when she came to bring my girlfriend's hair, and that's a Tuesday.
Okay, so but you guys weren't, so just the plan was you were going to just go pick her up, you guys were just going to smoke some weed?
Yeah, hang out,
and
smoke
then
for a bit.
you were going to bring her back?
Yes.
Were you arguing or anything like
No,
that?
nothing like that.
No,
She was telling me about how her and her mom were doing. Because last time I spoke to her, her mom's going through some things. Apparently she got ran away or whatever. She told me about her boyfriend and how they got probably something going on or coming up with something. And about her, just what she had planned going on. She's talking getting her apartment, her and her boyfriend going to prom. Just the dominoes that she had in place for what she was planning to do.
Okay. But there was no issue with you guys, right?
No, not at all.
Did she smoke your weed, or did you smoke her weed, or what did you guys?
We smoked mine.
Okay.
So you smoked yours?
Yes.
Did she smoke hers?
It was.
Or did you smoke yours?
We smoked it together basically. So she brought hers, I had mine. We just put together. We were just smoking together.
Did you guys hang out in May?
She came to do my girlfriend's hair.
Okay, that was the
Okay.
Okay, and what was her plan that night? Did she tell you you're just going to smoke weed when you guys got home?
She was talking about money that she had to pick up from somebody or meet up with somebody, something to do with it or whatever, but we didn't really get into detail of it.
And then she just, whatever clothes she had on at the time is the way she went?
Yes, the way she came.
No bags, no tape, no nothing like that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember what, was there anything else in the trunk?
No.
Okay. So her shoes, you left everything on, just put it in there and freaked out. And, okay. But there's no There was no promises made by her or nothing like that. That was it. Just strictly leaving, going your separate way.
That was it.
All right.
What time did you get back to your house, approximately? When you first picked her up?
I'd say maybe 11 or 11:30.
Okay. And then you said when you picked her up, you remember what time you picked her up?
I think it was getting close to 11, so maybe like 10:50 or something.
Okay, so somewhere at 10 o'clock, 11:30, and then you smoked for a couple hours.
I'd say about an hour and a half specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you come back and you notice.
I need to leave it out something. Who was with you when you picked her up in the car?
Just me and her. I had my kids with me. Yeah, my boys. Because before that, we took our mom to work.
So you had your two babies.
Yes, my youngest, my two boys, Deshaun and I.
So they were at the house too.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was your afternoon.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So you had the kids and her. So you bring the kids back to the house too.
Mm-hmm.
So where are the kids at when you guys are smoking?
I put them upstairs. I put them to bed. Everything.
They go upstairs. They go to bed.
Mask and went to bed.
All right. So then you notice her looking sleepy, looking tired. You attempt to wake her up, and then you describe that you had felt her chest and she had a faint heartbeat. Do you have any medical experience? So describe to me how you would say like faint heartbeat or shallow breathing or anything like that.
Okay, well let's say like if you're resting and falling asleep, you can feel the exhaust from your nose, you can see your chest moving and everything.
Okay.
And it's for the heartbeat, like literally put my hand here, you can feel your heartbeat.
Okay.
If your hand, you can feel your heartbeat.
So you could still feel her heartbeat at that point?
Yes.
Why didn't you call EMS?
I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know that it was something on my weed or the weed that she had. I didn't know what was causing that, but I knew what it, at the time, what it looked like to me. I was like, oh my God, it just didn't look good. And I just freaked out.
All right. Have you and her ever had any? I understand they say you guys are cousins, but you're not really cousins, like blood related, like that, right? Have you ever been in a relationship together
Never.
at any point?
Never.
Nothing went on that night?
Never.
So there would be none of your DNA or anything like that would be in areas
Nothing
on
at all.
her?
Nothing at all.
Then do you remember what she was wearing when you picked her up?
She just had on her black leggings and a black shirt.
Black shirt and black leggings?
Yes.
So when you picked her up, you didn't use a blanket or wrap her in anything?
She just came outside. That's just how she...
No, I'm saying after when you picked her up and you get back home, when you find her unresponsive, you didn't wrap her in anything or put a sheet or a blanket over her before you placed her in your trunk?
No, I just carried her into the shop. And that was it.
How long after the last time you saw her, so how much time do you think now after you felt her, the shallow breathing, before you decided to take her and the panic set in a little bit and you put her in the trunk?
At least 10 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And then when you left, where were your kids at?
They were sleeping.
You left them at the house alone?
Yes.
When you left? Okay, so then what route did you take?
There's a freeway. My house.
So you're on Greenfield.
Yes.
You go north or south?
Going towards, I think it's north, going towards 8 Mile.
Okay, so you go north on Greenfield to what?
Where that gas station is on Greenfield, and it's a freeway there.
And what freeway is that?
Is that James Cousins, I would say?
Okay.
And just took that straight to Davidson and Island Park.
You took that to Davison?
Mm-hmm.
And then you took Davison to what?
Up to the Highland Park area right there.
Okay.
Like you come up, there's Wendy's and stuff, and everything right there.
Right, so did you make it all the way to the Wendy's, or did you turn before that? Like if I pull up that on my phone, that map area, can you describe your route to me?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. this is Davison, right here, and then this is where you would come up to Woodward.
Okay, and that's Little Caesars here?
Yeah.
This is in the Highland Park area, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So you would have turned from Davison, you would have come up this way, and you turned right?
yes, and came right here. This is Little Caesars, and it looks like a lot right here with 2 trash cans.
There's a lot right here.
Like, here's Little Caesars.
Yeah.
There's a complex right here. It's like, there's 2 of the big trash cans, like, right here. In this zone right here.
You gotta go past, that's an L shape. So you got Little Caesars out here, and then the building goes like this, right?
Yeah.
Little Caesars, and the building is like this?
Yes.
So is it past the building, the
Yes.
trash cans?
Yep, on the side of that.
And then what's in between the building, trash cans, and then what's next?
And it's building, there's an alley there. Okay. It's a big old alley, I guess. And then there's trash cans.
Okay, so you go past the building, past the alley, just past the alley, there's 2 cans?
Yes.
Is it the big metal dumpsters?
Yes.
Okay, so not like the wheelie ones, right?
No,
okay.
The gray ones.
Yeah, that are about like this tall.
Huge ones.
Okay. All right. So I got, so to clear some stuff up, because I have some messages and stuff like that, that maybe it was a dating relationship or something like that. So that.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what?
When all this started, Sierra, who is Zion's mom, was talking to Zion, one of Zion's mutual friends, one of our mutual friends through Zion. The text message that started circulating around that apparently I was talking to my cousin was between me and Alima, which is our mutual friend through Zion.
Okay.
And those were in October and November, correct?
Yes.
So, I'm a little confused. So, was that message, were you trying to get with Alima, the friend?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what it was.
Yes.
So you were trying to have a relationship.
Never.
And never had a relationship, and
never
were attempted to have a relationship that night. Tell me about, okay, so you're in the family room with the couch, right? There's a table. Did you used to have a table in front of the couch?
Yeah, that table broke during me and one of my girlfriend's arguments. So
Okay.
the frame of that table was in our backyard, but when Zion's over, we don't have a table, just our carpet, just get over our 2 couches and the TV.
Okay, so that happened with an argument with
Me and my kids' mom.
Okay, I got you. When was that?
Like 2 months ago? 2 months prior to this, basically.
Okay,
so a little before New Year's.
That's it, sit down in the backyard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just before New Year?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you got the map there?
Yeah, so here's maybe a better looking map. So this is Davison. So show me where you would have gone.
So this is Davison. So there's I know Wendy's. Okay, here's Little Caesars.
Yep, so you see Wendy's here?
Okay, Wendy's. Okay, I got, this is one. The freeway I came from is over here.
Okay.
Actually, because on this side, driving the Wendy's was to my right, and the Little Caesars is to my left.
Okay.
So it would be more like this, right?
Okay.
Here's the Wendy's, and Little Caesars Pizza is Lady Drive. So let's say this is my car, me come here, and let's say, okay, the Little Caesars, the complex is like an L, and right here there's an alley, and then these are the 2 dumpsters. So, yeah.
Stop the video briefly at 20 minutes and 46 seconds. Sergeant, that map that was discussed, did you retain a copy of that?
Yes, sir.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 20. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, proposed exhibit 40. Is proposed exhibit 40 a copy of the map where the defendant made an indication of the area where he took Zion's body?
Yes, sir.
And is that, would you say, a fair and accurate copy of the actual document that he drew on in your presence?
Yes.
I'd move to admit Exhibit 40.
No objection. Submitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And just want to go down to this area. So is this area here where the circle is that the area that he identified?
Yes, that's the area that he drew the line down and identified and circled.
Okay, and this road here where my cursor is, it's going mostly up and down. What road is that?
That is the Davison Freeway.
Okay, and what about this road that goes from the lower left-hand corner up to the higher right-hand corner?
That would be Woodward.
Okay. And I just want to briefly show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 19, and specifically page I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay, page 12. I'm sorry. You see on page 12 this area where there's a yellow marker?
Yes.
Going back to page, Exhibit 40, that area, is that the same as this area?
No.
Okay. Where would that area with the yellow marker be on this?
Yeah, kind of like where your cursor is right now. Yeah.
So across the street. On the
Yeah,
other
it was
side
on
of
the other corner.
Okay. I'm going to resume the video at 20 minutes and 46 seconds.
Her out of the trunk. Did you check again to see if she was responsive or nothing? Was there anything? Was anything happening? So it just looked like she was asleep, but she wasn't waking up, and you couldn't feel nothing.
Now, when you opened the trunk and took her out to the dumpster, what did she look like? Was she breathing, not breathing? Did you check, or you just
I was still in panic mode, and I just put her over.
Okay.
As for how she looked like as if she was asleep, and the same like say like no visible like movements of breath or anything, no sound, no anything.
What, did she still have her shoes on?
Yes.
So.
She had on Crocs, so yeah.
Crocs? What color were they?
Black or gray, one of those.
Did she have any of her, was her work attire or anything like that? Was there anything else in the trunk when you put it, did you have to take anything out of the trunk to put her in the trunk?
No.
The trunk was empty?
I wish I was empty. I have like my tires in there, some coolant, some of my old clothes, because at one point I lived in my car.
Okay.
Just a bunch of junk in the trunk and everything, but
okay.
I didn't move anything.
Where is her phone?
She had her phone. No. Yeah, she had her phone, and I took her there. And that's basically it.
She had her phone where?
She either had it in her pocket or she'd keep it like tucked or whatever, like over here.
So did you notice where it was?
No.
Or did you take the phone with you and throw the phone in the dumpster is my question?
No. If it was on her, it would still be on
her. So
her.
you don't know where her phone is then?
No.
What kind of phone did she have?
She has an iPhone.
iPhone?
Yeah.
Do you know what color it is?
No. She had a case.
What color was the case?
I think it's one of the multicolored ones. I don't know if maybe it's a custom one with like pictures or just like multicolored.
So, did you ever touch her phone?
No.
You never touched it that night?
No.
So, there'd be no reason why your DNA or fingerprints would be on anything like that?
At all.
Okay. And you saw it though, right?
Yeah, she had her phone. At one point she was talking to somebody on her phone.
Okay. And you said there was a case?
Yes.
Was the case on it last time you saw it?
Last time I saw her with it, yeah, there was a case on it.
Okay.
Where do you get your marijuana from?
The dispensary. Oh, it's called, it's in Ferndale. I'm trying to think of the damn name. Lives in Ferndale.
L-I-V-S?
Yes, L-I-V-S.
Is there like only one of those in Ferndale? Or
That I know
is it like
of.
a McDonald's and there's 20 of them?
No, just the one that I know of.
Do you know what street it's on?
No, but I know how to get there. Yeah.
So you You normally go, that's where you normally go to purchase it.
Yes.
When did you purchase the marijuana you had that night?
Months ahead of time.
Months?
Usually, because I have seizures. So, and when I get really stressed, my heart palpitations and heart murmur, so it messes with me. So I usually just have weed just to think for later for if I need it.
So you have enough weed for months when you buy it?
Not for months, but let's say like $80 worth.
Okay. So you had bought that weed a couple months prior to.
Yes.
So was that like normal? If she knew she wanted to come smoke some weed, she would come meet up with you to smoke weed?
She'd smoke with multiple, like different people, but if she has to hang out with her, yeah, definitely.
Okay. And then where did she get her weed from?
I have no idea.
What did it look like when she brought it over?
Hers, it had like purple bits on it.
Okay, what?
Like, you know, there's like the leaves, so it's like kind of green, a little bit purple.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to mine, it's like, I would say kind of like shiny. I don't know. Kind of try to describe it to you.
Kind of sort of, but I don't know, does that mean like
Did
it's
it,
more
was it a
expensive
particular
or-
strain?
The one I had was from the dispensary. The name of it was what? It was sativa. I think that's the strain, yeah. Sativa from the dispensary. I don't know what hers was.
I mean, when she pulled it out, how did she have it?
It was in a bag, just a little small little
Like
Ziploc bag.
Ziploc bag?
Yeah, not like a zipper. The one you put a sandwich in and you fold the plastic over.
Okay.
One of those.
Is that how it comes from Libs?
No, from Libs they give it to you in a whole little package.
Is it in a package?
Like the silver zip type package. Yeah, you open it and you can just put it wherever you're gonna put
And
it.
you guys didn't add, I don't care if you did, it just helps me to understand if there was something else in there. Is there any time that you ever like add something to it?
No, not at all.
No.
Just bare raw what I would get from Libs.
And then what do you use to smoke it?
We had they're called camel wraps. They're like hemp rolls. Kind of like, you know, like a Black and Mild.
Mm-hmm.
But it just
They're the wrappers.
You're just a wrapper.
Okay.
So I had a question back to the cell phone. So, before this all happened on the couch, when was the last time you saw her cell phone?
Before I went into the kitchen, she was talking to somebody. She was texting somebody.
Okay, so she was talking to or texting or talking to somebody?
Yes.
And then you saw that she was texting or talking, and that's the last time you saw her phone?
Yeah.
And you did, okay, and you did not take it out, you didn't touch it after, you didn't do anything with it?
No.
Okay. Because, I mean, it was charged, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, you know, it's just like, where's the phone at, you know what I'm saying? So, we would like to know where that's at, too, obviously.
Right.
So, but you never touched it, you think she had it on her still? Okay.
Have you been back out to that dumpster?
No.
So you haven't been back over into that area since that day?
At all.
Have you told anybody else what dumpster to go look at?
No, just older.
Just what?
Just, well, Gary.
Okay, so you don't know if she's still in the dumpster or not in the dumpster?
Not at all.
So, you didn't tell anybody else besides Mr. Jones that she was in a dumpster or going in Highland Park anywhere?
Well, that's a lie. Recently, I told my mom and because she was with me when I was talking to him. So my mom also knew this.
Okay, so your mom knew?
Yes.
Okay, so you told your mom before you told?
No, together.
Okay, together. But you didn't tell any other family members or anything like that?
Not at all.
Well, no aunts, uncles, grandma, grandpas, nobody, just in, okay.
It's okay if you did. Okay, we're just trying to make sure everything
You're
that
asking
we're piecing
when.
together.
I think the major question is, when did you tell me about the dumpster incident?
This was very recent. What's today?
Today's Wednesday.
The last time that I came to see you, not this morning, but the last time I talked to you, the last time I told you.
In the evening time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that would have been after we were supposed to meet. He popped back up.
Oh, well, I thought you guys were trying to get a hold of somebody over the weekend, or no? No?
We did. We got in touch with
Okay.
Yeah, you were trying to get a hold of the prosecutor over the
And then
weekend.
tried to get in touch with somebody over number 8.
Okay.
So we tried multiple people at number 8.
Yeah, so you just told told them you just found this out yesterday, or did you find out last week, and that's why you're trying to find a prosecutor over the weekend?
No, I just found out over the weekend with the football games.
Oh,
Every
okay.
day the Rams were playing. Right, so that was Monday.
Oh, gotcha.
But they engaged me. When was that? When did you come first see me?
I think that
Would that have been Saturday?
Or Friday.
Yeah. So I think it was Saturday though.
Okay.
I want to say Saturday because then I said that's kind of hard to get somebody on a Saturday.
Right.
So I called Rana Hadid, LaDonna Logan. I called Sarah DeYoung.
Okay.
And we tried to get in touch with Pat Musket. I didn't have a cell for Pat.
Right.
So we tried that over the weekend.
Okay. And I'm trying, I gotta ask you these because I'm trying to verify the information that we have. So I'm giving you a fair chance. I want to ask you these questions because obviously there's a lot that's going on out there right now. You know what I'm saying? So, people are saying this and that, and that's why I want to ask you about the phone and, when did you find out, and did you tell anybody else in the family?
Nobody at all.
You were getting other reports. I need to straighten them out. You know what I'm saying? So you only told your mom. You didn't tell anybody else.
No.
Okay.
And we tried to contact Scott too.
Yeah.
But she was in trial on Monday. We tried Thursday, Tuesday.
Right.
We tried her on Tuesday. Couldn't get her either.
Okay. So Saturday, today's Wednesday.
So we tried for multiple days.
But again, there's a lot coming in, and just like we asked you, like we don't care what your relationship is, but we got to know.
Right.
You know what I mean? We got to know, and that will knock out questions and whatever. So, I mean, we're here. We just want to know.
Right.
And we see you're here, but for us to keep going on our investigation, we got to know if you're lying and we're just at a dead end again. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna help you, and it ain't gonna help us. So, just keep in mind when I'm asking you, it's not that you did anything wrong, but we need to know those answers because we're being inundated with tips, family members, both sides of the family.
Well, the video that you got from the neighbor across the street was due to our doing. Because when I talked with him, I said, you need to canvass the area of anyone that might have a ring doorbell in your area. That's mine. You turn that off. It's mine. So that's what that was. And so I think either your mom or who engaged the neighbor?
My mother.
Got the neighbor.
I wasn't home.
And this is for the camera or in Eastpointe?
Showing his vehicle.
Okay. Right.
You know, in the driveway.
Yes.
Him moving the vehicle.
Yeah, and I asked you about that, and you said, what? That wasn't me. That wasn't my car or whatever. So I'm trying to establish a rapport after, we're talking. You know what I mean? So we already knew this, but it doesn't help you if we got to work on it for 3 more days to prove, you know what I mean, that it was a lie, it was your car. You know what I'm saying? And you've already talked to him. So it makes no sense. So when I asked you, was there any other relationship going to happen with Zion between you two? Nothing at all. You weren't interested in that. You never talked about it, never thought about it, never did that.
Not at all.
Okay? And then be very careful. This is another question. With her cell phone, did you ever touch her cell phone that night?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay. So these I just got to know for sure because we don't want to go down one road when we need to be on another road. You know what I'm saying? And just to get this all.
I'm going to pause the video at 33 minutes and 7 seconds to do it.
No, we're just about 4 o'clock. As I indicated, we're going to stop every day about 4 o'clock. As of today, I have got a handful of other matters that I have scheduled for tomorrow morning. So I'm going to do my level best to have those done by 9:30. Again, please be here at 9:15 so we can start properly at 9:30. Again, you can't talk about this case with anybody. You've got to avoid watching any news reports. Nothing on the news, nothing in the print or online, okay? Certainly can't share anything you've learned today with anybody or talk about it or post it on social media. So we'll see you back tomorrow at 9:15, so we can start counting. All right.
All right, we just wrapped up day 2 of the murder trial of Jaylin Brazier. As you just heard, court will resume around 9:30 tomorrow morning, and we will be streaming that live for you. That's all for Live Now Detroit. Fox Live Now is next. We'll see you later.
To hurt Donald Trump, whether it's telling the truth or not, and she's proven that she doesn't tell the truth. I mean, she said there was an affair, and then she signed affidavits saying there wasn't an affair, and then she comes back and says there was an affair. You know, she is, she just has zero credibility.
And did you feel, Dwayne, that maybe the defense for Donald Trump should have been speaking up more during the testimony?
No, that's a game time call. Sometimes you'll let stuff go by that shouldn't be coming in because number one, it doesn't hurt you, and number two, it probably solidified that this case will get reversed on appeal at some point.